Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Somerville Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, August the 14th, 2024. It is 6:01 and pursuant to the Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, this meeting of the Somerville Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted via remote participation. A recording of these proceedings can be accessed at any time using the registration link at the top of the agenda. Tonight, your zoning board members are in attendance is Ann Fullerton. She'll be our clerk this evening. Zach Zaremba, Cecilia Daglian, and I am your chair, Susan Fontano. There is city staff joining us in the background. They'll be jumping in on the particular cases that they were involved in, as well as our city solicitor, Mr. Shapiro. He's on board there. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Good.
And so tonight we start off under general business. We have to approve our minutes. Could I ask the clerk to please make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes dated July 20th, 2024. Do I hear a second?
I will second them. Oh, go ahead.
All in favor, I understand, I should have said this first, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Were there, everybody accepted them as they were, no additions, subtractions, anything? No, hearing none, then we'll go right to the vote. Zach Zaremba,
Yes.
Ann Fullerton,
Aye.
Cecilia Daglian,
Aye.
and Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show that the meetings were approved unanimously. I'd like to make a little comment tonight, just for all those listening. It's gonna, number one, we do have 4 members, so we do have a quorum for all the cases tonight. Also, we ran extremely long, the last meeting, ran very late, and it was, we covered a lot of important material, and a lot of folks had a lot to say, and we appreciate that. And I'm going to encourage all the cases tonight for you folks to feel free to speak and to tell us how you feel. If you're in a butter or a neighbor or live in the neighborhood. But please, we have a lot of information here. We absorbed a lot. If you spoke at the last meeting and or you sent us an email or snail mail, and you have nothing new to add to that, we invite you to stay and listen and participate. Maybe at the end, if you have something that hit you, and allow the folks to have their say too in the neighborhood. We don't want to shut anybody out. We give everybody a couple of minutes. And I purposely left the public portion open just for this opportunity. So I don't want to offend anybody. I want to encourage everyone. But without further ado, I'm going to ask the staff member, I believe it's Andrew. He's going to handle the folks, and everybody gets your 2 minutes. In any of these cases, if you have 2 or 3 people and you want somebody who's in your group who really wants to speak for you and the other people, we will allow that, and I'll give them a couple extra minutes, no problem. So, Andrew, could you please see who would like to speak? Our first case tonight is going to be 52 Elm Street. It was open on 17th of July and continued from July 31st.
Yes, this is Andrew speaking through you, Madam Chair. If you are on the applicant team, may you please use the raise hand feature. If you are not part of the applicant team, please do not raise your hand at this time. Thank you. Madam Chair, I am promoting, 3 folks right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. Oh,
Good
good
evening.
evening, Mr. Dash.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good to see you again.
Yes,
Attorney Adam Dash, 48 Grove Street, Somerville, representing the applicants and owners for 52 Elm Street, who are also here tonight. The Huffs and Annika Nilsson Rips from ABNR Architecture. As you may recall, we were here last before you for a half-story variance for 52 Elm Street, which is a 2-unit residential structure. And the impetus for this variance request is for the applicants to be able to add an elevator so they can move in Mr. Huff's aging parents with disabilities. Before we start our presentation showing you the new things we filed, Ms. Huff wanted to make a statement, if that's okay.
hello, good evening,
Hi, everyone.
Ms. Huff.
Hi. I apologize for not speaking with you directly in the previous hearing. As city staff and some neighbors have been aware for a few years, I have a stalker, and we had hoped to address all possible concerns about our project ahead of time and have a smooth hearing process once we got to this step for our safety and our privacy, because these hearings often reveal a lot of personal information in public. I suspect many neighbors are here to support us now, even though construction will involve inconveniences to them, because we've talked with them for so long about our hoped for renovation, and now everyone knows why we've done so. We've been following up with almost everyone who's expressed concerns so far. Most have responded positively, or at least said they didn't have further questions and didn't want to block our project. I haven't heard back from a couple of people yet, but I do hope to continue those conversations. The Morrisons explicitly said they didn't want to talk with us directly, so our lawyers have been in communication. I want to clarify 2 other things. The first is the fact that the current house configuration isn't accessible to the disabled people who currently live in this house. If some neighbors have a mistaken impression about how many people live here or what our physical challenges are, it's probably because some of us find it difficult to leave the house currently. We have had 2 housemate candidates in the past not take an open spot in our house because they couldn't manage the stairs multiple times a day. And 1 longstanding housemate moved out in the past decade because we couldn't meet their accessibility needs. We would like to prevent that happening again in the future to us or to anyone else living here. This elevator renovation will be extremely expensive and involve taking on even more staggering levels of debt. We've been working on it with city staff and with Annika and with Farzam, the structural engineer, for 3 years. We're not proceeding with this project for fun. We're doing it because it's needed. The second point I want to make is I know some of my neighbors who are disabled or who have disabled loved ones are watching this meeting or will watch the recording. I'm speaking now because I think it's important to advocate for all of us right now, despite the risks. I hope, for the sake of all of us, that the ZBA will carefully consider the precedents being set in this hearing for any future cases of accessibility needs. Medical needs can change over time or very suddenly, and developing disabilities are often humiliating to discuss in private, never mind in a recorded public hearing. I really appreciate the time everyone is taking here tonight, and I think we are all trying to help Somerville and improve the city we love, and I really hope we will not be forced to leave here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming out.
Adam Dash again, yeah, obviously there's medical information involved in this case, and there's really no other way to get around it because that's the reason why we're doing it. Based on comments from a few neighbors and from some ZBA members the last time, perhaps we were not as clear as we could have been when we saw you last time. The architect and Nilsson Rips, who I understand is having a little connectivity issue, but she's going to show you some images. But I want to be very clear. The half-story variance is only for the elevator shaft and for raising the pitch of the roof a bit, because the elevator can only go in one location on the site because of its configuration. And where that door would come out into the house is under the eave part. So the eave part has to pop up a little bit to allow for a full elevator door so you can get out of the elevator and into the elevator with the wheelchair. So that pop-up of the roof and of the main building and the elevator shaft in the rear are the half-story variants. The addition in the front on top of the old storefront that's now a unit at 52A, that part in the front that most of all of the complaints that we've heard from the neighbors is about, that's by right. So I just want to be clear, that's not the variance. It's part of the project, but it is not the variance. If the variance were denied for the elevator, the Huffs could still build that front massing by right, just so everybody's clear. And I think there was some confusion about that last time. This was stated at our neighborhood meeting back in March, but so this has been said before, but maybe we weren't as explicit as we could have been at the last hearing. I would note the comments from the direct abutters at 50 Elm Street, who are on the left side of the property, were mostly about this front height increase, which is why I'm bringing it up. That's not really the variance before you. All this talk about views and shade and all that about the front, that's the front, that's not the variance. So I would note the rear abutter at 17 Mossland Street, who is most affected by the elevator shaft because it's pushing back. It's actually the elevator shaft is where a current mudroom is, so the footprint isn't really changing, but that where that shaft is going, that neighbor in the back on that side is actually written to you in support of this application, just so we're clear. So I would like the architect, Anna Nilsson Rips, to explain further and show you how 50 Elm's concerns related to the variance work and have all been addressed, and how the third floor has to be the accessible unit. And I guess, Andrew, if you could give Annika the ability to share her screen, because we, as the board saw, we did some, show some slide. Oh, there's Annika.
Hi, I am having some technical issues. So Adam, I don't know if it's possible for you to share the slides that I had submitted to the board. I'm
Sure.
joining from my phone, so I apologize.
If Andrew gives me the permission to do so, I can pull them up right now.
Madam Chair, through you, this is Andrew. Yes, Adam, you may share your screen now.
Fantastic. Let me just get the document open. Sorry, things go a little slower when I'm doing this while I'm also on Zoom.
Yeah.
But,
Sorry for the technical difficulties. But we'll improvise here real quick.
yeah, no, I'm working on it. Hold on a sec. Sometimes you have to open the window or else it won't let you do it.
Yeah.
So there's that. Share screen. There we go.
Thank you for your patience, everybody.
It's okay.
Can you,
We all have
There
our
we go.
nights.
Yes.
all right, can you see that?
Yes, thank you. And so this slide is really just showing what Adam was talking about. First of all, I'm sorry, a little discombobulated. So I'm Annika Nilsson Rips, the architect hired by the property owners, part of AB&R Architecture and Design. This slide is showing you in red the portion of this design that we are requesting a variance for. And as you can see, by right, we're allowed a half story, which would allow us 2.5 feet from the finished floor to the bottom of the rafters, or the top. I think might be more specifically the top of the wall plate. So this is showing what is above that level. So just to be clear, and as requested by the abutters, we did update the renderings to show their updated buildings in the context. So these are just updated with the more.
Could you, Annika, could you be a little more specific and explain them a little bit, what I'm looking at? The photos?
Sure.
Again, well, I don't know if you just give me a second. Yeah, for the chair, the gray part that you see here, this is the project as completed as proposed. The gray part is the by right part.
Yep.
The part that's seeking the variance is the elevator shaft here in the back. And then, as I said, that the main roof has to pop up to allow for that door. And you're obviously not going to pop up just part of a pitched roof. Otherwise,
I
it would
want to
look
know about the
ridiculous.
pictures.
Yeah, the photographs,
Right.
this was a request by the neighbors that some changes had been made in the neighborhood since we had used for the picture we had used, so they wanted an updated one. Sorry, so this is showing the rendered building with the as-built environment. And this is from one angle, and this is from another angle across the street. Is that correct, Danica? Sorry if I jumped on
Yes.
you. I wanted to just get right to the
Yep.
point.
No, I don't care who says it. Now, I want to know here, when you look at this here with the red and the gray, push that
Yes.
up a little bit, because this is what I was all concerned about when I was doing my homework here. The front, the one on the right, is that the front or the back?
So these are showing from the one on the left shows from Elm Street, and the one on the right is showing that corner you see there is the corner of Elm and Mossland. So right where Adam's cursor is, and the door to 52A is right at the corner.
And where is the elevator shaft?
It's in the very back, so all the
Right
way
here.
to, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And the house beside them is 50?
Over here.
Yeah,
That's
50
50.
there.
And
Yeah.
this is Moss, the other one up there.
This is
Okay,
the 17 Mossland, yeah.
okay. And on the 50, how far is that elevator shaft to the side yard to the next door neighbor's number 50?
From here to here.
That distance,
From
I
the,
don't-
the elevator, where the elevator is, there's the shaft, the housing. How close is that to the next door neighbor? Number
It's-
50.
it's a considerable distance, and let me pull that, see if I can get you an accurate number. The entire lot is 36 feet. There is currently a 1'8" inch setback from the existing building to the lot line. And and then we are looking, the elevator shaft is in the footprint of the existing mudroom. It hasn't expanded at all. So it is 15, 16, 17. So we're looking at about 20 feet from the lot line is where the elevator shaft starts from 50 Elm.
So that has not changed because you're saying the mudroom took that same footprint?
Yes.
Okay. So then it's just as it goes up, that's what they're saying, it's looming over them that way, but it's not, it didn't encroach on them anymore.
No, the house, the setbacks are exactly as they are. There's
Okay.
no exacerbation of existing nonconformities.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I was just getting so confused. I
No,
appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
That's why we did
absolutely.
this. That's
When
why we did these images, because I think
Yeah.
there was some confusion.
I looked at
last
them,
time.
I was looking at them and studying, I said, I like asking better, that we can explain it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So then if we can go to the next slide. One of the main concerns that we discussed last meeting that was expressed by some of the board members and the community was whether or not the accessible accommodations could be made on the first or second floor. So I want to address that. This is the footprint of the existing first floor. I want to point out that this L-shaped, that is 52A. That is a one-bedroom apartment that they currently, or in the past have rented out. It has a bedroom, a living area, and a kitchen, and a bathroom. The bathroom is half a flight up, so it's upstairs. The stairs are, I believe, 2 feet 8 inches, so they do not meet the needs of width to be accessible, and therefore it's not as simple as putting in a chairlift because the opening itself isn't big enough, and it is penetrating the structure, the original structure. So opening that up would pose some additional challenges because there is mechanical and structure within that that is what is currently limiting that opening. So that opening is not big enough. Additionally, the bathroom itself is not accessible and is not easily expandable. So not only is it not accessible from the living areas of 52A, it is too small to rearrange and make accessible. An accessible bathroom needs to have a 60-inch turning radius for a wheelchair, and this is just about 60 inches wide completely, and that is with and then you still have to put your fixtures in as well. So the bathroom itself does not meet the minimum dimensional requirements for an accessible bathroom. So then turning to the 52, the primary unit, that is half a flight up from grade, which we have addressed with the elevator. It is primarily the kitchen and dining of the living room. As you can see, there's the bathroom for 52A, and then there is a bathroom for 52. The bathroom for 52 is equally not dimensionally able to accommodate, to be reconfigured for accessibility. So, and in the red boxes over the stairs and other structural and systems, those indicate areas that are not easily removed or changed. In order to change and to make changes to those would require in my professional opinion, a complete gut of this interior and addressing all of the building systems as well as the structure in order to get around those. Those are fixed infrastructure without a complete gut. So the first floor, we can make, through an elevator, we can make the kitchen and the dining room accessible, but the front part of the building, including 52A, is not easily made accessible, or not even with some amount of work made accessible other than gutting the entire interior. So then if we can go to the second floor, this is the floor footprint for the second floor. And I want to point out that, again, the red is showing areas that are not easily removed or reconfigured because they are stairs or structural infrastructure. And the bathroom on this floor is situated under the stairs to the third floor. So it is even smaller than the other two. The shower is, and part of the rest of the bathroom is located under the stairs. And you can see that it's very, very tight. So that cannot be made accessible. Also, you know, there is some significant concerns about creating a pathway past that lounge area, which is currently used as the living room. Creating a pathway that is the required width for accessibility towards the front of the building becomes really challenging with this configuration. This is currently used as the living areas. So the back areas that are outlined in green are currently used as the common areas. You may have noticed there's no living room on the first floor of this building. The living room and shared spaces are those two rooms in the back. And I believe it is the living room, and the other room is used for recreation, shared recreation and or exercise equipment. So these are the two floors that it was suggested could be made accessible. To make them accessible would require gutting the interior and or removing those, rededicating those common spaces that are in the back of the house and would be accessible by elevator if we were to put just a 2-stop elevator, 3-stop. So in order to make this accessible, we are removing a living room or a dining room. and really making the disabled person only accessible to half the home. And that is a concern for me as far as equitable housing and what we consider adequate access for disabled peoples. And can we go to the next slide? The neighbors expressed some concern about the roof lines and snow or ice coming off the house. As we had discussed with them earlier, we have heard their concerns and addressed that. You will see on the left of that diagram on the left shows the existing condition where there is currently about 2 feet. I think that's between the gutters. The houses sit less than 5 feet apart. And there is a between 2 and 3 feet without me getting on a ladder and measuring that between the gutters of both houses. We are pulling this, part of this design was to pull this house back away from the lot line as much as possible. So in this design, we have removed all roof overhangs. So we have gained approximately 8 inches between the buildings by doing that. So there is additional space, an additional 8 inches between the houses to allow for more drainage and space for snow. In addition, we have looked into snow guards, which will prevent large chunks of snow from falling off of the roof. They come in both continuous snow guards that would run along the eaves, and then you can have smaller individual ones put along the field, and that can prevent them the ice from large pieces of ice from falling off and can sometimes break it up. In addition to that, there is melt wire, and we would happily put that in along the eave so that any snow that is at the eave and is drained is melted prior to it running off the roof. So we have heard the neighbors' concerns. We are very cognizant that the design, the current situation and the new design both have this challenge because the buildings are so close. And so we are addressing that and trying to improve that situation. And then finally, the next slide. There was also a concern about shadow. And so I have done a shadow study. I've done it for both equinoxes and both solstices. You will see in this sheet the existing condition and the proposed condition. The shade falls largely on Elm Street and Mossland Street and the intersection between the two. The only time I found that any shade fell on 50 Elm was at 6 o'clock on the summer solstice, the longest day, so close to sunset. There is some amount of shade that does cast on 50A. That is the case right now, and it is made somewhat, there's somewhat more shade that would fall with this design. But again, it's just for a few short hours for a short amount of time a year. And it's not a new situation. It's just a slightly increased situation.
Thank you, Annika. So let me turn that off. So to sum up, the requirements for variance of a half story have been met. We discussed that last time. It's in our brief. I won't go through that again. I would remind you, there was huge support. I'm sure you've seen approximately about the 43 letters that came in, including many of the neighbors, 5 city councilors, 2 former city councilors, someone from the City Commission for Persons with Disabilities. Today, Councilor Ben Ewan Campen wrote me and said he could not make it tonight, but he sent me an email and asked me to read it if the chair would allow it. I'm happy to do that if you'd like. It's 3 paragraphs.
We have it. We
You
got
have
it,
Okay.
I believe. Yeah, I read it today.
I know it came in today and it came in late. He wanted to make sure you saw that.
Yeah,
Okay.
they sent, Mr. Carey sent it to us.
Excellent. You may have also seen from Rona Fishman, who's a real estate broker. She'd sent you an analysis stating that the variance, if granted, would not negatively impact the value of the butter's property at 50 Elm, as they had, without evidence, alleged at the last hearing, wanted to at least run that one down too. So, to be clear, the accessible unit can only be in the 3rd floor. The elevator can only be in the one place where we're showing it due to the shape and layout of the lot. The elevator shaft and the roof line of the main building have to increase from 2.5 to 3 stories for the elevator to function. And the front increase in massing is by right and is not part of the variance. So we hope this clarifies matters for the board and for the public. And we hope that you would grant the variance this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dash. So before we go to the floor, for the public, does the board have any question right now of anything you heard tonight that you want to ask quickly? No? Okay. So, Andrew, could you please, open up the public portion? And again, everybody, I don't know how many we have out yet tonight. We want to hear from you. But if you spoke last week, we have all our notes here, names and addresses for the most part. Please speak.
This is Andrew speaking. Through you, Madam Chair. First up, we have Lee Ospitz. I'm allowing you to speak.
Good evening.
This is Andrew speaking. Lee, you are unmuted on your end. You can speak. Lee, we are not hearing you. You may have an issue with an input for your mic, just a possibility, but we are not hearing you on our end.
Andrew, go to the next speaker, please.
Lee, we'll come back to you. Next, we have Jesse Alemo. I am allowing you to speak. Jesse, you are muted on your end.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. What's your
Yes.
last name? What's your last name,
Alemo?
Jesse?
Alemo?
And where do you live?
I live at 17 Mossland, directly next to the house in speak of.
Okay, great. What'd you like to say?
I just would like to say that being right there, I mean, we've had every single house around us has done major construction, and I'm surprised that the shadow thing was even a question with how much buildup there's been all around me since I've lived there. And Crystal's house hasn't had anything, and they have every right to do what they want with their house. And I think it's great that they're doing something to help their in-laws, because it's very important that we take care of our families. And if that's the only way she can do it, then that's the only way she can do it. And I fully support it.
Great. Well, thank you for coming out tonight and giving us your 2 cents, because you are in a butter.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next, Andrew.
Next, we have Ann Vigorito, allowing you to speak.
Good evening, Ann Vigorito.
Good evening, Madam Chairperson, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, Attorney Ann Vigorito, 424 Broadway, Somerville. I represent the abutters at 50 Elm Street. So I did send in a memo, and I'm not going to just read from it. I'm just going to summarize. But, the first factor regarding the lot, the applicant has stated, well, it's angled. And, you know, it's uniquely shaped. It's a corner lot. 50 Elm Street, which is right next door. And actually, most of the abutting lots are shaped very similarly. And to say a corner lot is unique is a little ridiculous because then every corner lot in the city would be eligible for a variance. So I'm going through that. You know, as far as the little enforcement of the provisions of the Somerville zoning, as the architect stated, you know, the first floor could be made accessible if it was a gut rehab. I'm a little surprised that that hasn't come into play here. I mean, if you're going to move into your elderly parents, aren't you going to spruce the place up? But you know, there is another alternative here, and you know, every time we ask about it, we're the bad guys. So I'm sorry. And then the final factor is desired relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or degrading from the intent or purpose of the ordinance. You know, the owners at 50 Elm are directly affected by this project, no matter which way you slice it. As far as I think it was Mr. Dash who said something to the effect that they talked to a real estate broker that their property wouldn't suffer any lesser value. I mean, a real estate broker is not a real estate appraiser. They're very different. You know, they're not here to speak to that tonight. So I would disagree and say that the value of my client's home at 50 Elm Street would be severely diminished based on this project. And my client would like to speak, and I think they have their hands raised, but we, that you do not allow the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Andrew.
I'm going to go back to Lee Ospitz and see if he can speak this time. Lee, you're muted on your end. Actually, I see that he lowered his hand, Chair Fontano, so we'll move
Can
on.
you hear me? Can
Oh,
you hear
there's
me
Lee.
now?
Never mind. Yep, Lee, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I hit the raised hand by mistake. I'm so sorry. I'm here for the shelter.
Okay, thank you. We'll stand by.
Next, this is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Todd Kaplan, allowing you to speak.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Todd Kaplan. I spoke last time. I'm at 44 Kidder Avenue, so I will be very, very brief. I just want to say that I have reached out to some local disability advocates, disability rights advocates, and they feel very, very strongly that in order for Somerville to be a more welcoming city to persons with disabilities, that we need to make it easier, not harder, for people to modify their homes to allow all residents of Somerville and the families of residents of Somerville to actually stay in their homes. So thank you very much for the time, and I'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Councillor Said, allowing you to speak.
Good evening.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again in support of this item. As you've heard from the Hubs, making this property wheelchair accessible and ADA compliant will allow them to have one set of their parents move into the property and live as a family. The Hubs have reached out to their neighbors to answer questions and address any concerns, even though hosting a meeting with neighbors was not mandated. My understanding is that architecturally, this is the best way to install the elevator. I understand that the neighbors' concerns about the ice falling or melting on the roof has been addressed by the architect. The architect has explained that the new height will not reduce sunlight or create shading on the neighbor's house. This project will allow the Hubs to keep offering 52A as a below market rent while it creates housing accessibility in a public transit walk shed area, as it is a walking distance from Forest Square Station. As a city, we have been talking about the importance of increasing housing density and accessible housing in transit areas, and this is a great opportunity to put that into practice. I respectfully encourage the board to approve this variance request tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jacob Beecraft, allowing you to speak.
Hello. Thank you for the time. Jake Beecraft. I live at 48 Elm Street, so I directly abut 50 Elm Street, 2 houses down from the Huffs. I think that, you know, to start out here, myself, my wife, all of the neighbors here on the street very much support the building, the desire of the Huffs to increase the accessibility of their house. I think that you know, accessibility, development, the ability to expand what they can live in, absolutely in support of that, and you know, have no qualms. However, to utilize that as an excuse to expand so egregiously their home, to make a 9-bedroom penthouse sauna, to build multiple outdoor decks within this space, I think it speaks to the actual motivations behind it, which is to get as large of a property as possible. I think that the architect's explanation that the only accessible unit could be on the 3rd floor is patently false. That is a decision that is being made not to do a gut renovation on the 1st floor, not to do a gut renovation on the 2nd floor. It could obviously, and we've spoken to multiple attorneys, could obviously be handled. Finally, I'd like to address the idea of expanding upwards from the front region of the house on Elm, which was clearly allowed via a previous special permit. I believe that, and I wrote this in my letter, I'm shocked to hear the zoning board not address the fact that I believe that an improvement or a modification to an existing special permit, which was made years ago, does not allow them the right to expand upward directly abutting the street as no other house in the area does. So I'm very much in support of their quest for accessibility. I don't think this board should buy the excuse that only it can be done by creating a 9-bedroom, 4,000 square foot roof sauna mansion.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Derek DuPont, allowing you to speak.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, members of the zoning board. My name is Derek DuPont, and I live at 12 Craigie Street, about a 5-minute walk from 52 Elm. Here to speak in support of the variance request. I commend Steve and Crystal for prioritizing a solution that preserves the 52A unit. Their team has already explained the design complications that make renovating this unit unfeasible, but I want to emphasize two benefits of their approach. First, we have an ongoing housing crisis in Somerville. Eliminating any housing shouldn't be on the table. I walk my dog around the neighborhood all the time here, and I notice this trend where 2-unit houses are gut renovated, converted to single family with exorbitant asking prices. You can see an example of this just down the street on Porter Street, actually. And look, I'm a renter. I'd love the opportunity to purchase a home here, but every time I see our housing supply shrink, I become more certain that the city is out of reach. Second, there's a real human cost to taking away below market rate housing, which this unit currently is. If you haven't rented recently, the price of signing a new apartment might shock you. The median 1-bedroom rent here is $2,600, but if you consider the total sum of first and last rent, plus security and a realtor's fee, you're past $10,000 just to sign on a new lease. This kind of financial barrier pushes people to the streets. It's a testament to the good character of the folks at 52 Elm that when faced with the difficult decision of providing housing for the aging parents versus taking away their tenant's home, they chose to invest their time and their money into a solution that would produce an accessibility-minded, multi-unit building that's going to be available to future generations of Somerville residents. So to the zoning board, thank you again for listening to me, and I hope you will vote in favor of this request tonight.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Harriet Randvig, allowing you to speak.
Hello, my name is Harriet Randvig. I live at 5 Leicester Terrace. I've been blind since I was 14, and I've lived in Somerville for 41 years. I'm a lifelong both professional and volunteer disability advocate. I consulted with a member of the Architectural Access Board here in Massachusetts. And two things are important to recognize. I'll put it as succinctly as I can, but I need to send you materials probably. Every municipality is required to have policies and procedures to aid in accessibility, not just in public housing, but in all housing. And that gets added to the state and federal fair housing laws. Now, I only learned this about an hour ago from speaking to the member of the Architectural Access Board. And I will do what I can to provide, paragraph and so forth and so on to you, Zoning Board. And thank you for hearing. I am totally in favor of this variance. Otherwise, you will be probably condemning these people to a nursing home. And none of you knows this probably, but because I've been an advocate through this entire COVID, we have lost thousands of elders because of inadequate, bad care in nursing homes. It's like sending somebody to prison and worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jeff Burns, allowing you to speak.
Hi there, my name is Jeff Burns. I live at 26 Clyde Street, number 2, here in Somerville, same ward as the Huffs. I did speak at the last hearing, so I'll be very brief. I want to express my unequivocal support for their efforts here. As others have said, they are trying to maintain a below market rate home for a tenant in their front unit on the front at 52A, and they are trying to provide an accessible and not just accessible, but a wonderful home for one of their aging parents, and eventually for themselves as they also age. As Crystal shared, they already have some housemates and themselves, and there are, already, the concerns and challenges of age creeping in. And so not only are they trying to provide today for Steve Huff's parents, but in the future for themselves. And then, as we all know, at some point, hopefully far in the future, it will be someone else's home when the Huffs are gone, and it will still be accessible at that point, which is an amazing thing. So the Huffs are investing in our community, in this home, and I really look forward to the board approving this forthwith. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Michael Rainey, allowing you to speak.
I want to say one thing, please, Andrew, before you start the clock. I want to remind everybody, if you've had the pleasure of joining us last week and giving us your heartfelt opinions and feelings, I appreciate that. And I don't mean to offend anybody, but we have 3 other cases tonight that are all as difficult and as important as this. So if you've spoken, I'm asking you to refrain unless you have something new to add. I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful, but this is not going to go till 11:30 like the last meeting. Thank you. Andrew, the next speaker, please.
Yes, this is Andrew speaking. Michael, you can speak on your end.
Thank you. My name is Michael Rainey. I'm actually a resident of Arlington, formerly a resident of Somerville. We were forced to leave Somerville when my partner's mother became ill. She has mobility problems, and we wanted to move her in with us, and there was absolutely no place we could find in Somerville that was accessible or could be made accessible even due to lack of room for ramps or lifts. That wasn't a small luxury apartment somewhere that would have been egregiously expensive. So we ended up having moved to Cambridge, and since she's passed away, we've now moved to Arlington. I'd like to comment really quickly that characterizing Crystal and Steve's plans as some bourgeois luxury land grab is very ungenerous, and it demonstrates that the commenter does not
actually know the Huffs or their intentions. If the variance is granted, are the neighbors actually being harmed? Generally, unless there's a view protection law, residents do not have a right to view, light, or air. And we've seen in the diagrams that these things aren't really that impacted. The ice can be mitigated technologically. I wonder why the ice wasn't a problem due to the proximity of the houses as they exist now. On the other hand, if the variance is not granted, the harm to the Huffs would be extensive. They've already put a lot of money into engineering, architecture, trying to get things going. If they can't do it, they'd either have to expend a lot of extra money to do a gut reno and move out while that was going on, or they'd have to sell the property, try to find another one somewhere nearby, develop it, repay those architecture and engineering fees. That's if such a structure could even be found. So I think Somerville needs to approve this to demonstrate that they support residents who are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Frank Lee, allowing you to speak.
Oh, my name. Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Lee, go right ahead.
This is Frank Lee, 5 Leicester Terrace, Ward 6. I'm in support of this variance being granted. I would like to see the not just affordable, but accessible, affordable housing stock in Somerville increase. I've noticed how high the rents have gotten here. I am very, very fortunate to be in a sub market rate situation with my landlady here. And I just am just always blessed. I feel blessed for that. And also I feel that this is by granting this variance, we will increase the accessible housing in Somerville by 1 unit, and it doesn't cost the city anything. It doesn't cost us taxpayers anything. I think you should just do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Andrew?
Sorry about that. Yep, this is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Tom Gilbert, allowing you to speak.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Gilbert.
Oh yeah, I like. I'm supporting. I 110% support Steve and Crystal on this. I myself is also a visually impaired individual that's legally blind and has got learning disabilities, and I'd just like to say that I'm in full support of it. I don't understand what the neighbors are really complaining about. It's just the right thing to do. In fact, Harriet kind of stole my thunder about what I wanted to say about nursing homes and putting your loved ones in places that you'd rather not put them in. And we all know that lots of nursing homes are not great places to put your loved ones. And I think this is a great move. They have the opportunity to do this. I got to meet with them and actually at their place, and I think they should go ahead with it. I think it works out for Steve's parents, and they all live an accessible, suitable place to live. And
Great. Well, thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it.
yeah, thanks. And I also wanted to say quickly too that they've been there for 20 years. I mean, they moved there when I was still living at 40 Corinthian Road, and I'm sure after 20 years you can trust your neighbors that they're both nice people, and I can't see why. I say 100% support it. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Matthew Morrison, allowing you to speak.
Matthew?
Hello, hi, I'm Matt Mearson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm the direct abutter at 50 Elm Street. We live next to the Huff family. Our homes are less than 5 feet apart, so I'm a very direct abutter. I spoke at the last meeting pointing out that I believe in accessibility and also have parents who needed their home modified as they aged. I believe that one should have the option age in place, and I also believe the right to modify one's home. This really isn't about that. It isn't debating whether that's a good idea or not. It really is about this particular design. So I look at I looked at the letter that the zoning board set out. The planning, preservation, and zoning staff released a memo that said whether or not the proposed structure causes a detriment to the public good is debatable. One of these abutters, 50 Elm Street, will have their property overshadowed by the proposed structure. That wasn't talking about light shadow. That was talking about overshadowing through mass. And it said that the memo also states that these variances should do the minimum that would grant desirable relief. We're just asking to have this design modified, and no one has reached out to us. No one has directly reached out to us asking this. When I spoke at the last meeting, I thought a conversation would begin. I thought there would be some back and forth. Someone would come to us and say, we'd like to show you these modified designs. And yet no one has. It's been stated that we did, that someone reached out to us, but no one has reached out to us directly. The architect released the memo clarifying the measures for snow. We appreciate that. That's done. Thank you. So you made a modification and we listened and we appreciate it. We appreciate having those concerned in writing. However, the new designs show no reduce in the massing. And I do believe this is part of the hardship variance. It's number 3 of the 3 criteria. And I'm not trying to kill this project. I just wanted someone to reach out and address this. It's just part of the process. People ask for your opinion, you give it. You don't have to be 100% against something. You can just want to have a compromise in a world that feels like it doesn't compromise much anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, but I have a comment to make, and I don't know if it's the right time to say it, but at the beginning of tonight, Mr. Dash said that they did try to reach out to you and there was no response.
No one has reached out to us directly.
Madam Chair, Adam Dash, just to clarify, since they're represented by counsel by Ann Vigorito, I reached out to Ann Vigorito last week because represented by counsel, I don't think my client should be calling them directly. Ann and I had a conversation. She said she would talk to the Murasans and get back to me. She did not. That's how it was left.
Were there new drawings presented at that time?
I think you should talk to Attorney Vigorito. I don't want to do this in public.
Okay, thank you.
This is
Adam, Andrew.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Ben Gunther allowing you to speak.
Mr. Gunther?
Hello, my name is Ben Gunther. I live on St. James Ave, just a few blocks from 52 Elm. I have an engineering background and I am an owner's project manager at Harvard Business School, working on a variety of renovation projects. I have parents who are seniors and they've decided to sleep on their first floor living room to limit using their stairs. I know how difficult it is for my mother's home health aide to help her using the shower, a standard shower. So I think it's great that the owners want to renovate their home to make it more accessible for their parents to age in place. I think that the planning, preservation, and zoning memo dated July 25th does a pretty good job of outlining some of the deficiencies and concerns with the design as it relates to zoning issues. In particular, the building is less than 2 feet from the neighboring 50 Elm Street property line, and their property would be overshadowed by the proposed structure. The massing of the proposal is not consistent with the NR zoning district, and the question of making the 3rd story accessible is necessary for a reasonable use of the building. One thing I did not see mentioned is the fact that the proposed footprint is larger than the existing, extending almost to the sidewalk near 52 Elm Street, where the front steps are now. To me, this is one of the most egregious aspects of the design. I'd like to know if this portion of the addition should be allowed by right, as Attorney Dash had mentioned. I think everyone here, even those who express concerns about the project, would agree that improving accessibility is a critical goal. But I think if this were their primary intent, the design would be significantly different. On the 2nd floor, they provided a new porch, office, and a primary bedroom with 2 large closets, and they left the existing inaccessible bathroom as is. Given the square footage of the addition, I don't see why this floor couldn't have been made accessible. According to the PPZ memo, the purpose of the renovation is to add a residential elevator to make the top story wheelchair accessible. On this floor, there's a new sauna, a large porch. and it seems like they prioritize these amenities over the concerns for their neighbors. I support the owner's goals, their stated goals, but given the accessibility deficiencies and how the building would affect the neighbors, it would be a shame for this project to move forward as currently designed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jackie Nowak, allowing you to speak.
Hi there. Can you-
Nowak? Yep.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Nowak, and I live at 12 Craigie Street. I'm here today in support of 52 Elm Street's variance request. I've been renting in Somerville for 15 years, and in that short time, I have seen people forced out of their living spaces due to exorbitant rent increases. In a 5-block radius of my street, which includes Elm Street, there are numerous multifamily homes that have been gut renovated and turned into single-family spaces, furthering the inability for folks to be able to find a place in the city. As a renter in my mid-30s, I find no prospect of being able to afford a house in Somerville. And as someone who lost my mother to cancer last year, I wish I had had the opportunity to make space for my parents to live with me. The folks at 52 Elm Street are simply seeking to make the home that they own into a wheelchair accessible space for their disabled family members, while keeping their downstairs apartment affordable and available to tenants. This approach ensures a community-minded and inclusive future for Somerville, and I ask that you vote in favor of this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Helena Zek, allowing you to speak.
Hi, my name is Helena Zek. I live at 1188 Broadway. I've been a resident of Somerville for 4 years, and I really enjoy the residential character of our streets, the green space as well. Like everyone said, I support making homes accessible, but I do oppose this variance for 3 main reasons. The first reason is that undeniably, the proposed structure would completely overshadow one of the neighboring units, as Matt Mearson outlined, in terms of mass, and undeniably would certainly decrease the quality of life for those neighbors and degrade the value of their property. The second is that the size and the footprint increase that is being proposed is not sustainable. If the proposal is approved and a neighbor's property is overshadowed, then that neighbor would be greatly incentivized to renovate their property, increase their footprint, and eclipse their neighbor. And third, I think as other folks have mentioned, the scope of the project just seems not aligned with the justifications for the hardship variance. It seems very reasonable, as the architect themselves pointed out, that it would be possible to renovate the property on the first and second floor and make it more accessible. You basically just told us, yes, it's more hard, it's more difficult, but I haven't seen any data to convince me that it's not possible instead of adding a third floor. So, in summary, I do think it's important for homes to be upgraded. I think it's important to have accessibility, but I also don't agree with the argument that this renovation would make homes more affordable. I mean, we're talking about something with 5 bedrooms, 2 offices, 3 bathrooms, and a sauna. I would love to afford that, but that's not making housing more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Tony Copa, allowing you to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. I live at 221 Willow, so I'm not a close by abutter. This matter was first brought to my attention by a friend who lives on Elm Street, and I'm generally a pro-housing YIMBY. I'm a subscriber to the Somerville YIMBY newsletter, where this matter was mentioned as well. I certainly support Somerville being a place for all ages and abilities, but when I actually looked closely at these plans, the proposal struck me as an unusual way to achieve those goals. I have a 81-year-old father, and I'm helping him navigate mobility issues too. Adding an elevator has never come up in our discussions of ways to help him age in place. I don't think many of the thousands of senior citizens across Somerville have elevators in their homes either. The proponents are asking for zoning variance based on hardship, and it's hard for me to understand the hardship of a family owning a large home and having the means to add an elevator, a sauna, and hundreds of additional square feet. As has been noted by others, there are other options available to a family with the financial means to supersize their home like this. There are other renovations that can be made to this home without requiring a variance. It's hard to understand how this particular design is the only path to accessibility. I think it's only fair and reasonable for the folks at 52 Elm to make any changes to their home that comply with zoning. And as I said at the beginning, I'm a YIMBY. If this proposal was converting the home to 4 or 6 unit apartment building to help alleviate our housing crisis, I'd be here in support instead of opposition. I do think this board should carefully consider the precedent regarding upsizing homes in Somerville. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Elliot B. allowing you to speak.
Hi, I'm Elliot. I live on Linden Ave, so I'm less than a 2-minute walk from the property. I pass by all the time. I know the homeowner through volunteering for local community groups, and I really cannot overstate how big of a loss it is to the local community if this family was forced out of their home for accessibility reasons. I also want to note that the plans for the new design of the unit look almost exactly like the home I currently live in. I mean, again, less than a block away. It looks like every home on my street. People who think this is an ugly or bad design maybe just hate how Somerville looks. That's really kind of a bad faith argument, in my opinion, as someone who also lives here. I do also think, given the community service, given everything I know about the homeowners and the length of time I've known them, what they do to provide a below market rental unit on the property and to provide food from a community garden to neighbors. I do think it's really a bad faith accusation to say they're supersizing their home or building a penthouse. It hasn't been made public, but there are people I know who a sauna, quote unquote, is actually a medical device for people with different types of musculature issues. And again, that's not a fair thing to be bringing up in the public forum at all. And again, design decisions that don't fall under the variance should not be part of this discussion. It's up to the homeowner what someone wants to do with their home. I'm helping an aging parent age in place. We're looking at chairlifts for his second floor because he wants to live in a bedroom. You know, he could move to the first floor and not have a real bedroom. That's not aging with dignity. He doesn't even use a wheelchair yet. It's really an incredible opportunity for accessibility here.
Thank you very, very much.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Joel Paul allowing you to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Paul, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Joel Paul. I live at 12 Moreland Street. I'm not a direct abutter, but I think this is just one of the easiest things that should be approved. Most of the complaints have been about a part of the design that's allowed by right. This is adding a half a floor on the house to allow someone's parents to age and to be cared for as they're aging. And this, I don't understand how there's so much opposition to this. Looking at the street level renderings, this does not look out of place in the neighborhood. And I believe that the board should approve this variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jennifer Civitella allowing you to speak.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Civitella. I live at 9 Bolt Street. I'm not an abutter, but I am a member of the disability community here in Somerville. My heart is breaking for what the Huff family has had to go through in terms of sharing their personal information. I also feel, and I apologize for this, but anyone who has questioned how their accessibility should be set up should be ashamed. That it is hard enough to talk about disability, but to have your neighbors, to have your community treat you different, to act as if you're not entitled to nice things. This has gone beyond acceptable. We're looking at 2.5 feet. That is not going to dramatically impact the neighborhood. And as other people have said, the benefit it could bring to this family is unquestionable. I really ask the board to kind of move this along and let this family, move to the next chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Peter Kim Santos, allowing you to speak. Peter, you are muted on your end.
Reset the clock, please, Andrew. Thank you.
Peter, you can speak. You're muted on your end. Chair Fontano, do you want me to move on to someone else for
Please
now?
do. Yes,
All right.
please.
Next, we have Kristen Murrison, allowing you to speak.
Hello, can you
Hi,
hear me?
Christian. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Mearson. I live at 50 Elm. I am the direct butter to Crystal and Steve. And I did speak last time. I am speaking again to clarify a few things that were not brought up last time. Everybody agrees, I think, in this call that nobody needs to hear the details of a disability. I'm not asking anyone to quantify that. I worked myself with people with disabilities for over 10 years. I am hugely empathetic to this need. I don't want any personal details to have to be shared. Unfortunately, I did not get that choice because after the last meeting, Crystal Huff took to social media and posted many personal details, including the name of a local business, making our home identifiable to people on Mastodon, Facebook, Twitter. And I felt extremely intimidated and I didn't know what to do. So I agree with Crystal. I don't want this splashed all over the internet. I was shocked. I thought I was participating in a public process where the board would make a decision with the applicant and that neighbors would provide their honest perspectives from various points of view. And it's between the applicant and the board. I didn't foresee being targeted as I was. It's not a great situation to be in. I also would like to say that the third story is including that frontage that Adam Dash spoke to. By right, they can go to 2.5, but not up to 3. I don't understand why the elevator needs to take that entire massing forward. I would also like to say that nobody is saying they need to get rid of the apartment. We fully support them having that affordable housing apartment. I think there are other ways that could modify the first floor and the second floor to maybe have an elevator that go to those, make more accessible rooms for them so they're not confined to the third floor either. That's not safe in an emergency if they need to get down the elevator. To only have one bathroom that's accessible on the third floor could be problematic. I hope that there is another way where personal details don't have to be splashed around the internet. People don't have to feel intimidated or scared in their own homes. And thank you for listening.
Thank you for speaking up.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jerry Mendelson, allowing you to speak. Jeremy, you're muted on your end.
I apologize. Yeah, my name is Jeremy. I live in East Somerville, by Foss Park, and I wanted to say that I, along with 99% of people in Somerville, have never been to a meeting like this because we couldn't care less, about a few feet of the building. But I do want to say that I know Crystal, and through a bunch of community networks, volunteer groups, and I want to say that it's just they do so much for the community with that garden there, with mutual aid organizations, and it would be such a loss to have them not there. And I think it's very strange that it feels like there has to be some other motive there, because the idea that it's gonna overshadow the view or a few feet, it just seems disingenuous. And I want to say that I think that it is important to have people to age in place with dignity, and I hope that we approve that the board approves this variance and any similar ones that come through, because in particular this family is such an asset. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that. The idea that they did not consult properly or whatever, I just find that impossible to believe, knowing this family for many years. Such an asset.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Courtney Polak, allowing you to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Courtney Pollock. I live at 14 Linden Street. I've been a resident in Somerville for 14 years. I'm speaking in strong support of the hardship variance request for 52 Elm Street. I've heard many comments that have been related to other aspects of the plans or of the situation or renovations that can be done by right, or other concerns that don't seem to me to be aligned with the hardship variance. My understanding is that this is about a variance for a half-story in height on the roof, or those red shaded areas on the new drawings that we saw tonight, in order to accommodate an elevator. So I'm going to focus my comments there. Approval of the hardship variance is necessary for the elevator to function and for the elevator to exist and for the homeowners to remain in Somerville. We've seen that these homeowners have revised their plans multiple times to address several important concerns from neighbors. And as we saw tonight, they've provided a strong justification for their design that they've proposed for where the elevator needs to be, including feasibility, cost, and structural soundness of their house. So I think that we all share a responsibility to meet the needs of everyone in the community. And I think that we have a lot to gain by approving this hardship variance that far outweigh this additional half-story in height. This hardship variance would allow renovations that in many ways would improve zoning compliance of the property, would improve the green score of the property, would improve the ice and snow situation for the abutting property by actually creating more space between the houses than is there now, and adding additional roof mitigation. It wouldn't impact shade or property values, as we've learned tonight. It would increase accessible housing and density by allowing the 52A unit, and would also work against displacement. So with sincere gratitude for your service, including many long nights, I respectfully urge you to please approve this hardship variance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pollock.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Tori Antonino, allowing you to speak.
Hi, my name is Tori Antonino. I live at 65 Boston Street, which is a ways away from the property. And I want to speak in favor of Crystal Huff and this variance. So even though I live a ways away from the property, I know Crystal through, well, who doesn't know Crystal for their dedication to the community on accessibility issues, on right to people to be housed, for people to have food. This person is someone who, if we were to lose her, that would be one of the most detrimental things to happen. And to lose her based on what feels like is coming around to views, and for a half of a story being added to their home so that they can have their parents come in to age in place. And that's something, aging in place is something that anyone who's been through the Summer Vision process, that comes up over and over again. Because as we are decreasing the unit size of houses, if this property were to be, someone were to come in and break it up into 4 or 6 units, as someone suggested, that would somehow be a plus. That doesn't allow for families to age in place together. A neighbor of mine added a story to their house so that their family could expand. It blocked my view of Bunker Hill. I had a Bunker Hill monument, was clear, sunrise, it was right there. If I had said, no, I don't want you to do that because it's blocking my view, I would be ashamed of myself, and because that would have required my neighbor to have then left. I don't want to lose Crystal. Please, please pass this variance.
Thank you very much.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jeffrey Brown, allowing you to speak.
Hi there, this is Jeff Brown at 46 Elm Street. I did submit my letter. I've lived at the property for 21 years. I've never met the Huffs personally. No one's come to my home, and be glad to be able to still do that. I'm not in favor of this variance passing. The last speaker mentioned the word shame. And I think that's there's a lot of emotional pieces at play here. And Somerville should not be shamed into a decision. It's very clear that everyone is supportive of disability accessibility. I, in my letter, pointed out 6 different families that I personally knew within 100 yards of my home that aged in place, some dying in their homes. So Somerville's doing a good job of making living available to the elderly. I have lots of memories over 21 years of those people. I would like to say that there's an assumption here that because rent is expensive, that somehow this project is going to alleviate that. I would just like to remind listeners that homeowners also are paying a lot per month, and we're paying city taxes to pay for the sidewalks you are using, streets you are using, and so forth. So it's not that homeowners, we have a lot to protect. We are also paying a lot per month to live, and we're paying high city taxes that I would encourage you to look at as a renter to understand the investment that's at hand. The exciting news, and the reason I'm speaking tonight, is what the architect pointed out, and that there is an option for a gut renovation, which must be less expensive than what this 4-story elevator property would be. So I'm excited about them exploring that, looking at that new property and looking at a new plan. And that's what I really hope the zoning board would really encourage and promote and voting this down tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Peter Kim Santos allowing you to speak.
I want to reiterate, we have people speaking who have already spoken. We have people that have sent in emails and letters that are speaking. Please, I want to wrap this up. It's already after 7. We've been going since 6:01. I don't mean to be disrespectful or rude, and I encourage you to speak. I want to hear what you have to say. The whole board doesn't planning. But please, please be considerate. Thank you. Andrew, who's next, please?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, apologies. My computer froze the last time I was called on. And I didn't speak the last meeting, but I do want to speak today in support of this variance. Peter Kim
Beautiful.
Santos at 18 Joseph Street.
Yes, go right ahead, Peter.
Excellent. Yeah, first, I just can't think of anything more obvious case for granting a hardship variance than modifying your house to become accessible for your aging parents. This seems like exactly why we have hardship variances and a good reason to do it. Second, I think that it's worthwhile just relooking at all of the hard work that the architect went through. And I just generally want to commend them for going above and beyond at minimizing the amount of disruption this is going to cause for their neighbors. Crystal and Steve's neighbors are very lucky that they have put in so much effort to alleviate their concerns. And it's unfortunate that so many of them and so many other people on this call are tearing through their life and treating them so terribly. I hope that you're able to grant this variance and generally hope that we don't have to do more of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrew, how many hands are up?
Chair Fontano, this is Andrew speaking. We have 3 hands left.
That's it. After 3, we're closing that portion.
Okay, next
Thank
we
you.
have Ellen McPherson allowing you to speak.
Ellen?
Evening. My name is Ellen McPherson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I live at the Huffs. I also do not know them personally, but I am not in support of this project. I think commingling all these issues about disabilities and below market rent is really kind of masking the fact that creating this large scale renovation on this property that requires this variance is also a way to monetize that property, which is in a very, very desirable neighborhood. I've lived on Elm Street pretty much my entire life. I live in a 2-family. I have a rental unit on the 1st floor. I have a husband and I are both retired. We're aging in place. We have an adult son with disabilities. We care about all of these issues too. But I'm seeing more and more of people using these properties for group living and, shared housing or whatever it is. It's not really just to provide space for aging relatives or disability people. There's more to the story, and I disapprove of this plan. I hope you do not approve it. It's not a fit for the scale. Not only do I live at 74, but I spent 15 years living at 56. So I really am familiar with the corner, the neighborhood, the traffic, the school, all of it. I don't think this is a good idea. I think what Jeff just mentioned about the alternative for providing for disabled parents is something that really should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Meredith Porter allowing you to speak.
I'm Meredith Porter, 104 Josephine Ave. I just want to say these are good people. They're helping the community. I want them to be able to stay here with their parents. This is a matter of accessibility. It's crucial here to promote that. I want to say regarding the matter of a hardship variance, in addition to the type of the lot, there's the unusual character of the structure, specifically called out in that element, and there's definitely an unusual character to this structure that makes it difficult to modify. There have been casual references to gut renovation. That's a big deal. Substantial hardship, financial or otherwise. There's tremendous substantial hardship, financial to the Huffs by denying this. Would this cause substantial detriment to the public good? No. Would it derogate the purposes of the neighborhood residential district significantly? No. There have been references to monetizing the property. That's not the Huffs' motive. I know them. They've talked about, for example, donating to the community land trust. There have been references to 9-bedroom penthouse with sauna. Nonsense. That's not what this is. There's a small sauna, which is not going to cost them that much money compared to the scope of the project. And there are reasons for having a sauna. I hope that you would grant this variance. And I just find it very irritating, some of the remarks that people are casually tossing around, indicating that it's so simple for someone to gut rehab their house. I mean, that's a tremendous thing. And I'm not one to be in favor of every large project, as you may know. I have a lot of problems with big development around this city, but this is a very reasonable request, and I would ask that you please grant it. Thank you, and I'm sorry if I sound strident, just trying to fit it in the time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Julia Zeviago allowing you to speak.
Julia?
Julia, you are muted on your end. Julia, you are muted on your end. Chair
Is that it?
Fontano. Well,
Was
during
that
that time, someone else did raise their hand. Do you want to allow them to speak? in
Yes.
lieu? Okay. Michelle Hanson, allowing you to speak.
Hi, my name is Michelle. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michelle Hanson. I live at 26 Warren Avenue. I actually can't say any much better than Meredith said just before me, I believe. I do want to say in response, so I'm in favor of this variance. I think it's very important for people to be able to age in place. I live in a multi-generational home with my mother. She was here for me when I had kids, and now I'm here for her in her older age. I would also say to the person who said something about how the people, the city of Somerville treats its seniors. Well, I live across the street from the Percy Manor that hasn't had working elevators in 2 weeks. So that's how we treat our seniors here. So, which means they don't have the freedom of movement. So please grant this variance, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Andrew, when we open this up for the public portion, who was it you asked for them to raise their hands?
Can you please repeat that, Chair Fontano?
When you opened this up to the public tonight, you asked for certain people to raise their hands. What did you say?
Yeah, there's a raised hand feature if you would like to speak.
Oh, okay, that's it. So, okay. I'm gonna close the public portion of 52 to 52A Elm Street and go with our board.
Madam Chair, could, Adam Dash again, I did not go again into the standards for a variance in the NR district, but a bunch of people are raising them. Could you give me 2 minutes to do that?
Yes.
Just so people are clear, section 15.3.E.1 of the zoning ordinance, the requirements for variance: A, special circumstances exist relating to soil condition, shape, or topography of a parcel of land, or the unusual character of an existing structure, but not affecting generally the zoning district. This building it goes out to the lot lines in several places and has that weird storefront on the front. This is, and it's on that corner. It is an unusual situation that is not shared by the others. B, literal enforcement of the provision the ordinance for this district where the subject land or structure is located would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner. I think you've heard enough evidence about the substantial hardship. If the standard is, I can gut my house or tear it down and build a new one, therefore you can't get a variance, we're never giving anyone a variance. That is not the standard. The standard is whether it's a substantial hardship, and doing those things is substantially a hardship. C, desirable relief would be granted without causing substantial detriment to the public good or nullifying or derogating the intent or purpose of the specific zoning ordinance. I think we've shown that we are not causing substantial detriment to the public good. We're doing a positive for the public good. As far as the NR zoning district purpose, section 3.1.d, to paraphrase parts of it, to permit contextual modifications to existing detached and semi-detached residential buildings, which we're doing, to create larger unit types, sizes, and bedroom counts ideal for larger households and houses, semi-attached houses, duplexes, and triple deckers. That's exactly what we're doing. We are meeting the purpose of the NR zoning district, just to be clear.
Thank you. So, to the board, do we have some comments and questions of the people here tonight? No hands up? You've heard enough? Ann Fullerton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if staff could speak to the footprint extending out over the existing entry walkway to the main part of the house in the proposed plan, and if that part of massing on the third floor is considered allowable within the front yard setback.
This is Steve Carey in the Planning Division. I can try to answer that. ISD's interpretation is that this project does not worsen any nonconformity because it doesn't worsen any existing setbacks. The house presently already comes up to within, I think it's about 2 feet of the lot line on the side. It already comes up to within about 1 foot of the front lot line, and the structure as proposed maintains those same setbacks. So it does not consider that to be worsening the nonconformity.
Okay, but it's an interesting interpretation. I have to admit that my interpretation does not align with that, because it does bump the massing out over the top of that entry walkway that does not currently have any footprint. So I am surprised by that decision by ISD. Madam Chair, I'll also say I'm having a bit of a hard time outside of my zoning question and outside of the clear support by the community for the fact that we're trying to make multi-generational family living possible. I'm having a hard time getting to the third criteria, which for the public, we have to prove the 3 criteria that Mr. Dash read out loud as part of any hardship variance. And that is our legal requirement as a board to meet the proof of. So whether or not we agree with the emotional need or even the community need, those are the 3 criteria as a board we have to prove in our decision. So I am having a hard time getting to number 3 because I do feel like the massing is a significant change. I know that the purview of the variance is simply for the additional half story. And I don't think for me, there's any question about the specific elevator question mark and that access and the half story being part of that, but it does seem like the elevator is at the rear of the building and the half story has been applied to the entire building. And that's where I'm getting stuck, because I think that's what's impacting the neighbors.
Who wants to respond to that? Where's the architect?
Is that Annika? Are you there?
Annika?
Hi, I'm here. I understand the comment. The overall, the design is, has worked to maintain the context of the neighborhood as much as possible. And they are buildings with a primary ridge line. Certainly, there's many design, there's many ways to approach this, but to maintain the context of the neighborhood and the overall typology of the building, we have kept the primary ridge line. Additionally, we do need to allow for circulation. So to the front of the building, which we, as I spoke earlier, was a problem on the current first and second floor. So the elevator is what, and the door to the elevator is what's driving this. But also there's concerns about circulation and maintaining that primary roof ridge line, which is, according to the zoning, is my understanding, was an important part of that, the zoning code.
Ian?
I appreciate Ms. Nielsen Rip's response. I'm stuck there because I think that there's enough of a change in the new massing for the relationship of the context to be pretty significantly altered from the context. So I'm still having a tough time to getting around that piece of the hardship request.
Okay. And,
Understood.
Can I ask Ian, I'm gonna ask Annika if she could put something up in front so I can look at that. We can look at that, Zach and Cecilia, and see what we think of that.
I'm going to ask Adam Dash to share that.
Yeah. Beautiful. Ann Fullerton? Where are you
Sorry, Sarah.
referring to?
So the two things I was referring to is, one, the existing building ends approximately in this plane, and ISD is saying that this overhanging piece, two-story overhanging piece, does not worsen any setbacks. I'm not sure I agree with that interpretation, although that is not part of this hardship request. So setting that aside, the second piece, the piece that is attached to consideration number 3 of our decision-making process is that the request is for a half story, and the half story has been applied to the entire 3rd floor.
Right.
And I'm having a hard time believing that the entire 3rd floor is required to have a half story for this situation to work. And I don't have an issue with the elevator. I understand, I agree with criteria 1 that it's a unique condition because of the slab change or first floor changes between the storefront area and the main house. I agree that that's a unique condition. The elevator, fine. if that's how you choose to solve it. The part I'm having a hard time getting around is the fact that they're asking to apply the half story to the entire massing, so the entire house on the 3rd floor. And that is under the context of there's at least 50% of the community that is sharing the fact that they feel uncomfortable with
Massing.
So
What could, Annika, what could be done to modify that?
We're happy to revisit this. I also want to point out that in that top the corner there, right at the corner of the building at Elm and Mossland, is where the shower is. That is the accessible shower and bathroom. That is also lifting the eave there, so that there's headspace there. So I think that if the board's opinion is that a stepped roof is more consistent with the neighborhood, I'm not opposed to exploring that. If you'd like us to go back and to take a look, I can't say off the top of my head that works. We've worked for many years, going through this. And in my reading of the zoning, the overall typology of this building seemed rather important. So we wanted to maintain as many as the design elements that are dictated in the zoning code. But if a stepped roof is something that the board would be comfortable in entertaining, we can take a look at that.
Steve, are you there? This is your case?
Yes, I'm here.
And you've worked with Annika about this?
I haven't worked on these particular details. I know that Annika and her clients have been back and forth quite a bit.
Are you the planner for this case?
I am, but I'm
Do
not
you
an architect. I'm not an architect, so I can't. I don't want to speak to you know.
I understand that. Yeah, you're a planner, and you heard what Ann Fullerton had to say. Do you understand what she's referring to?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great.
Generally speaking.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to see if Zach or Cece have something to say to add to this.
I'll speak first. This is Zach. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you, Zach. Yeah.
In terms of criteria 3, it is difficult for me to see how this is going to cause substantial hardship for people beyond those who live directly next door to the property. I could also argue that it would cause hardship to the people who live on the ground floor if they were out of leave and be replaced with the applicant's parents. That's going to cause hardship to the people who live there now by not being able to move their parents in there. So any way we spin this, people are going to make a sacrifice regardless. I'm also not an architect, and I do my best to see these plans. I do think the mass looks like it is changing, and walking by that property every day, it is a very busy intersection, as I said in the last meeting. So if it's going to be built anywhere, at least it's in a place that already has a lot of buses, a lot of traffic, a lot of people. It's not really like a quiet side street. So in terms of it sticking out a little bit and looking, frankly, a little weird is the best way I could put it. At least it's in a part of Somerville that's already very dense and heavily trafficked, which I think doesn't make it as significant. This is a tough one. Somerville is not a very accessible place for people with disabilities. It's difficult for me to prevent building a space that allows accessibility, especially because I do think that we can find reasons to fulfill these 3 criteria. I'm hoping that the applicants are acting in good faith. We can't have them prove later that their parents are going to be in there, or they're not going to raise the rent on the bottom floor. I hope they don't. But at this point, I'm leaning towards voting in favor of this today.
Okay, thank you. Cece, do you have anything to echo or?
Yeah, I had spoken about it last
Yeah.
hearing. I tend to agree with Anne's analysis that I feel that um the extension of the third floor to the front of the building seems unnecessary, or it's not unnecessary, but I think that the accessibility can be acknowledged, accomplished without that. When I look at the when I look at the floor to floor levels, essentially like the third floor of this building is being rebuilt. In fact, a lot of the second and third floor are being
Yeah.
rebuilt anyways. And the third floor, the second to third floor is, almost 10 feet, that could come down. That would give you 9-foot ceilings, which are nice. 8-foot ceilings are, pretty standard in a house this size. And then I look at the third floor to the top of the roof peak, there's a whole attic area there that I know there's this desire to make a ridge line that looks like the other buildings, but it just feels like the whole roof could come down and you could still get quite a bit of room. You could get most of your functions on the third floor. So, and I don't know about keeping there's all these things that have come up about keeping the tenants on the first floor. I don't know that you could do all this renovation work on top of people and keep them there anyways. So I don't think those are considerations to make from my perspective. I really do hope that there's a way to keep this project alive, to make it to make an accessible unit. We've but I think I would have a hard time supporting these plans as they're currently presented.
Okay. So, Adam,
Yes, Madam Chair.
what can you guys do about this? I
Well,
think I'm on the same page with them as well. I just felt, we listened to everybody last week and this week, and I think we've all been in a position sometimes with family, our friends and children and grandparents and all that jazz, and ourselves, that it'd be lovely to have something like this. I'm still living in the house I was born in, so I get it, the aging in place and staying here, and I can go up and down and do what I want. I've considered an elevator myself. But I think you guys are going to go back to the drawing. The way I feel tonight, with just the four of us here, I would suggest that you could listen to what we're saying about the third criteria and the general massing. Because when we listen to a lot of people, even the people that are nuts about the project, have real compassion for these wonderful people and what they're trying to do. They get it. I didn't hear anybody's bullying or anything the last couple of meetings. So I, like Cece has said, and even Ian, we've got to try and work this out. We feel, we're trying to be optimistic, and you guys can, look. Yeah, last week was the first time you came to us. It is a hardship variance. They're hard to come by to get approved. So we understand what's going on behind the scenes here, but you guys got to look at this. The neighborhood is getting overwhelmed. That's what I hear about the massing, and I'm doing a shout out to the neighbors who are so concerned because they're the abutters, and get a hold of your attorney and get a hold of Adam Dash, and let's make this happen in the proper way. That's the secret. It's doing it the right way. We all want it, but the proper right way. What do you think, Adam?
I think this sounds like a candidate for a continuance.
That's right. That's what I think.
Can I
Oh, is
ask
that
one
the-
question?
Yes,
as
please.
architect?
Is that
it-
Ann? Is that Ann?
This is Annika, yes.
Oh, Annika, okay.
I'm sorry. I am looking to guidance from the board. We had really designed this to minimize the amount of variances that we requested to the one variance. Is it, what I'm hearing from the board is that there may be a preference to take to look at more than one variance if it diminishes the overall massing, meaning the dormers and other roof and bump out elements may require additional variances to bring the overall massing down. Is that what I am understanding from the board? That is the preference?
Ann Fullerton, as an architect, do you understand what Annika's saying?
I do. Annika, I think that that's a possibility. I think the goal is to try to make it feel less imposing. And
all right.
I think that if that requires other sort of bureaucratic language to get around, but
Okay.
it feels better to the neighbors in the neighborhood and feels more like even though it might be more bureaucratic, a simpler ask, then yeah.
All right. Well, we hear you, and we will, if you grant the continuance, we will take a look at those things.
Thank you. We have a motion, please, on a continuance.
Yes, Madam Chair, in the case of ZP 24-000053, I make a motion to continue until what date? Adam, the next meeting?
September 4th.
If we could not have that be on my first day of, I would super appreciate that. If we could continue to a later date after that.
Okay.
It's Crystal's starting grad school that day, I think is her concern.
All
All
right,
right, so what's the next meeting after that?
That would be the
September
18th.
18th.
Yeah.
So this matter would be continued until September 18th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cecia. Planning staff, is that date okay with you guys?
This is Andrew speaking. September 18th is the second ZBA hearing in the month of September. And at this
Right.
time, we don't have any items that are on the docket.
Okay, beautiful. All right, so I got a second from Cecia Daglian. I'll go around. Zach Zaremba,
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. Cecia Daglian,
Aye.
and Ann Fullerton.
Aye.
Aye. Let the record show, it was unanimous for the continuance of 53 Elm Street until September 18th. Thank you. Does anybody on the zoning board need to take a break or anything, or can we go forward? Cecia, how many minutes? How long?
Just 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. We'd like to adjourn for 5 minutes. I think we need a motion. And
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll return at, why don't
8
we?
o'clock, 8 o'clock.
6
Madam
minutes.
Chair, may I interrupt real quick? I apologize for the interruption. May I suggest amending the motion to a recess?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you. That's why we have you,
Motion to
Emily.
recess until 8 p.m.
Thanks, son. Oh, so on the recess amended, Zach, yes. Ann
Yes.
Fullerton, yes. Susan, yes. And Cecia
Yes.
Daglian. Be back at 8 o'clock, guys. Thank you, Emily, for correcting me.
No problem.
I want to thank everybody for your participation. And uh, all set. It's 8 o'clock. Everybody on board? Ian, would you call us back into order, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I make a motion for us to return to order.
Thank you, and it's 8:02. Do we need a vote on that, Emily?
You know, it's escaping me right now, just to be safe. How about we do?
Okay, sure. We'll go around and open back up after the recess. We'll go around. Cecia,
Yes.
Zach,
Yes.
Susan, yes, and Ian.
Yes.
Yes. Great, we're all back in session now. The next case, Ian, is just the continuance 89 College Ave. We'd like to call 89 College Ave ZP 24000065 to order, please.
This is Andrew speaking. I am promoting an Ann Vigorito.
Thank you. Ms. Vigorito,
I'm also promoting a Sean McCormick.
Madam Chair, I would also like to note that the city solicitor, David Shapiro, is here. And may have a few words just to start us off.
beautiful. Mr. Vigorito, hi. Could you wait 1 second, Ms. Vigorito?
Yes, I'm gonna mute
We're gonna
myself.
let David Shapiro say something. David,
Sure.
welcome.
Yes, good evening, members of the board. I know I had spoken very briefly last meeting at the late hour, so I want to just update the board on just that I had issued an opinion, which I think you all have, on July 9th, where I concluded that the Dover Amendment likely protects the use for the homeless shelter, and the rationale for that is essentially that there is a nexus or a connection to the church mission. And furthermore, there is a collaboration between the church and the Homeless Coalition. That was my legal opinion that I issued. And the issue before the board is the applicability of the Dover Amendment. That's the current issue before the board, in the legal responsibility for the board is to rule on that particular issue. Happy to take up any questions now or later. I will be around for the meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there anybody at this juncture that does have a quick question for Mr. Shapiro? No, okay. I see Mr. McCormick's on here on board. Thank you. Ann Vigorito, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman. I'm also asking that Jack.
Excuse me, Ann, excuse
Yes.
me.
Oh, I
Mr.
didn't.
McCormick,
Can we, as a preliminary matter, can we just talk about the makeup of the board and who's eligible and who's sort of Mullen ruled in? Because it's not the same makeup as 2 weeks ago.
well, right now, we have 4 board members. We have Ann Fullerton was not in attendance at the last meeting, but she caught up on she listened to everything. She's all caught up and she signed the proper papers for the board. And she's clerking for us tonight. Everybody else was here, and we're missing Ann Brockelman, and we're missing Brian Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Is
Attorney.
that okay? That's Zach? Yes. Go ahead, miss.
So I
Sorry
would
for the
ask-
interruption.
No problem. I would ask that Jack Gornia from my office be promoted as a panelist. We're going to do a 5 to 6 minute PowerPoint on the Dover Amendment to hopefully clarify what our position is. After that, I'm not speaking anymore unless you need me. I do know that the appellants would like to be promoted to panelists because they would like to be able to have a couple of minutes since they are the appellants here. And that's it, Madam Chair. So if Jack could be promoted, his hand is raised.
This is Andrew speaking. Jack's been promoted. If you are on the appellant team.
I'm in the meeting. I'm all good.
Excuse me, this is Andrew speaking. If you are on the appellant team, can you please raise your hand so I can promote you? Thank you.
I think he's here, the J.
Yep, I'm all in. I'm in here. We're good.
This is Andrew speaking, and I was talking about the appellants that signed on part of the application.
Apologies.
okay.
So Jane, Claire, Alan, if you could all raise your hands, please.
How are we doing?
This is Andrew speaking, Madam Chair. I believe we have everyone.
Okay, so Mr. Goyer is gonna go first. Is that what you'd like?
Yes, he's
Ann?
gonna present the PowerPoint. I will, I have a script. I'll speak from it for each slide. And like I said, I will move expeditiously on this.
Thank you.
All right, Jack, if you could put up the first slide, that would be great.
I'm trying to get this up here. It's a little here. It's not letting me. I don't think it's letting me share the screen.
Oh, I think you need sharing.
There we go.
Okay. Are you having some technical difficulties, Jack?
There we go. Does everyone have that here?
I don't see anything. Oh, here we, I think.
I think it's starting.
All right.
Beautiful.
All right, so I'm just going to give a quick background. The First Congressional Church is located at 89 College Ave. As we know, it's in an EUR zoning district. The building permit was issued by ISD back on June 13th of this year. The purpose of the building permit was to allow the First Congressional Church to renovate the ground level of the existing structure to serve as an emergency homeless shelter. The appellants and our abutters and neighbors within 500 feet of the church. So the City of Somerville's decision, the city's legal counsel noted that there is no legal precedent affording Dover Amendment protection to a homeless shelter operated by a third-party organization on a religious institution's property. The city's legal counsel incorrectly applies the second factor of the Hume case, which is the case they've talked about. They state that the primary or dominant purpose for the basement's conversion to the homeless shelter is the religious goal here, when the primary or dominant purpose from the perspective of the church is actually a fiduciary gain. The city cites a New York law when defining if a homeless shelter is a religious use, when New York has, they may have something similar, but they don't have the Dover Amendment. So the definition is inapplicable in this specific case. You're all well aware of MGL Chapter 40A, the Dover Amendment. No zoning ordinance or bylaw regulate or restrict the interior of a single-family residential building, nor shall any such ordinance or bylaw prohibit, regulate, or restrict the use of land or structures for religious purposes or for educational purposes on land owned or leased by the Commonwealth or any of its agencies, subdivisions, or bodies, politic or by religious sect or denomination, or by a nonprofit educational corporation. That is the Dover Amendment. The Somerville Homeless Coalition sent a memo back on August 9th of this year. In the statement, they made the argument that the only question for this board is whether the homeless shelter is a religious use of land. This is obviously untrue, as there are plenty of religious uses of land. That would be still subject to restrictions. I'll give you an example. The church could not open up a restaurant to serve the hungry people because they claim it to be a religious use, nor could they construct a 5-story building to house homeless people because they claim it to be a religious use. There's a case that no one else has talked about. It's the Needham Pastoral Counseling Center versus the Board of Appeals in Needham. It's a 1990 case, but still good law. A church was in a landlord-tenant relationship with a counseling center. The counselors, who were clergy or similarly trained in theology, used secular techniques along with promoting their clients to reconcile with God and maximize their devotion to God to alleviate their mental health problems. Well, the court found that using the land as a God-promoting counseling center was not religious enough to provide it Dover Amendment protections. The court determined that the job of the board is to determine if the land is being used for religious purposes, defined as something in aid of a system of faith and worship, usually of a higher unseen power entitled to reverence. This way of analyzing the Dover Amendment was later made clear in the Hume case. So it's basically, it's come into the 20th century, let's just say, or the 21st, excuse me, it's late. A religious entity does not qualify for Dover Amendment protection unless the proposed use has a bona fide goal that can reasonably be described as religiously significant. And the bona fide religious goal is the primary or dominant purpose for which the land or structures will be used. This all comes from the Hume case. In the Hume case, a church constructed an RV camp, which was found to be entitled to Dover Amendment protection because increasing attendance at the church's events was reasonably a religiously significant goal, and that the primary dominant purpose of the proposed park was to further that religious goal. So factor one, can the bona fide goal reasonably be described as religiously significant? The mission of the Somerville Homeless Coalition is to provide homeless and near homeless individuals and their families with individualized supportive services and tailored housing to obtain and maintain affordable housing. So in short, our mission is in finding everyone a home. That's the mission and values of the Somerville Homeless Coalition from 2023. The church is going to suggest that this goal is in furtherance of their mission statement in some fashion, that it works toward achieving one of their broad objectives of community engagement or providing a radically inclusive sanctuary. According to the building permit application, there's an expected investment of over $620,000. This suggests that the arrangement between the Somerville Homeless Coalition and the church is to create a long-term lease arrangement where they both benefit from that relationship in a financial manner. The church will benefit from this long-term relationship through monthly lease payments, leading to significant financial gain. Given the amount of investment required to make the basement livable, it is likely the space was an unused portion of the church, and the church saw the opportunity to lease it out, and just like any other property owner, to make money. To further discuss this Hume case that, I think we've talked about, the people that were being held free of charge were volunteers used to help the church put on their activities. The court noted that the church was benefiting from the labor. The inhabitants of the homeless shelter will only be there at night with the general idea of being there. They'll be seeking employment elsewhere during the day to get back on their feet. The church has not provided evidence that they would be providing help to the shelter in these respects, which serves no further proves the reason that they are in this arrangement is for fiduciary gain through the long-term lease agreement. Factor 2, is the religiously significant goal the primary or dominant purpose of the land use? The second factor exists to ensure that the religiously significant goal is not mere window dressing. As I've stated before, the Hume case, the RV camp, which was provided Dover Amendment protection, only hosted people who attended one of its two types of program camps and guest retreats. This means each person who was housed on the property was there for a religious purpose. Additionally, the RV camp earns its income through those camper fees for the religious program's attendees. The inhabitants of the Somerville Homeless Coalition are not there for a religious purpose. There are no programs being offered by the church to which they are to attend, nor is the homeless shelter promoting the religious values of the church. The financial gain being realized by the First Congressional Church is not, is not occurring through fees of those staying on the property, but attending religious programs, but through a lease, they're making it through a lease agreement that is completely secular in operation. The church is simply leasing out a portion of its property, as any of us could do. And they're leasing it out to a secular institution for monetary gain, just like any other building owner would do that has an unused area of their property. Thus, the primary or dominant purpose of the land use is not furthering a religiously significant goal. The primary or dominant purpose of the land use is housing a tenant for fiduciary gain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you're done with Jack? He's all set and you're all set? Okay.
Yes, Madam Clerk, and I will shut my camera off and move on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Can I ask a question at this point, or do I need to wait?
No, Jack, Zach, if you have a question, I just soon you get it out of the way.
All right, this is Zach speaking. I have a question for Ms. Vigorito.
Oh, sure. Hi.
You said a few times that the primary purpose of this is fiduciary gain, right?
Yes, that is.
How were you able to separate, though, when they can have a religious purpose, but also have a financial profit from it? Religion and profit, those aren't always separate, so they can fulfill the mission of their church while also getting some sort of financial gain, right?
Well, and in this case, the church has nothing to do with the homeless shelter. They're not supervising. The Somerville Homeless Coalition will come in and they will be the ones that it's a true landlord-tenant relationship. They will, dictate what time they come in, what time they leave. I think if there is an issue with one of the, attendees to the homeless shelter, they will deal with it. They're not attending any church services. The church isn't coming down or coming into the homeless shelter to have sermons or anything like that. They're not intertwined in any way.
I guess what I'm just having a little bit of trouble with this, because even if they're not attending the church services, if they're being housed by the church, and that in effect, and the consequence of that is that the church is fulfilling some sort of social justice mission aligned with their religious views, even if they're not, even if they're providing the housing and that is in line with that, why is it being separate from the church, or them not attending the church services render it not part of their church mission?
I apologize. I think Emily's raising her hand, so I think she wants to say something.
Thank you. I apologize through you, Madam Chair. Is it all right if I make one comment?
Yes, please.
So this is a very valid question, but it may be beneficial for the board to hear from the rest of the appellant team and then hear from the defendant team. And then during the discussion time, then raise these questions again.
I understand. I just wanted to ask while it was still fresh from her presentation.
Right. No, I thank you, Emily, but I thank Ann and Zach for the, talking back and forth and answering a question out of line, but I like it. I liked it. Thank you, Emily. So, all right. So who's next to speak on the agenda? Who's
I would ask
handling that?
that Jane Becker be allowed to speak next. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Where is Jane? There she is.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Who is Jane Becker?
I am a appellant and a butter and a 35-year resident of 7 Francesca Avenue, right across the street from the church.
Okay.
And I spoke last time about different things in the planning process that I saw that were missing from when I went to ISD and picked up the plans. Today, I'm going to talk about something completely different. And it sort of follows on from what Ann talked about. So when I initially questioned whether a homeless shelter is permitted use of a church under the Somerville zoning ordinance, city officials, the Somerville Homeless Coalition, and the church stressed that this use is by right. More recently, counsel for the SHC sent in something and stated that the only issue for this board is whether a homeless shelter is a religious use. This statement is misleading and inaccurate. We've all referred to case law and statutes and referred to them tonight, and I'm a lawyer, sorry, so please forgive me for the following legalese. In 1990, in the Needham Pastoral Counseling Center case, a mental health clinic that provided pastoral counseling proposed to remodel 864 square feet of space in a church building for a psychological counseling center with a spiritual component. The question before the Supreme Judicial Court was whether the proposed use was for a religious purpose within the meaning of the Dover Amendment. The Supreme Judicial Court concluded that what the counseling center planned to offer resembled a mental health clinic more than a religious activity. Moreover, the Supreme Judicial Court stated that what religious purposes means is a question of law for a court, not for the city, not for the Inspectional Services Department, not even for this zoning board. The proposed use of First Church by the Somerville Homeless Coalition is similar to the counseling center in the Needham case. The church in Needham felt that the counseling center was providing a Christian service that the church believed was within their mission statement. So to go to what Zach was asking about before, the legal relationship worked out between the church and the counseling center was that of landlord and tenant. The counseling center would lease the space and remodel it into a counseling room, a director's office, and a waiting room. Does this scenario sound familiar? Because it is. It's exactly what's happening at First Church. They're letting the Somerville Homeless Coalition remodel to create a homeless shelter. The counseling center was open to all, like the Homeless Coalition. The clients were not required to belong to the church or any religion. The Somerville Homeless Coalition admits that it has no religious purpose. Its mission statement is to house the unhoused. With respect to the counseling center, the Supreme Judicial Court stated that, and I quote, some theological, inspirational, or spiritual content does not automatically imbue an activity with religious purpose. An element of religion subsidiary to the dominant secular use does not convert that use to one which is for religious purposes. In this situation, as opposed to the counseling center, the services of the homeless shelter do not even have a scintilla of a religious purpose, and the counseling center actually did. The court went on to state that what we should be focusing on is the use rather than the sponsoring religious organization. When we focus on the use of the space, it reinforces the conclusion that religious purpose is not the dominant element. And zoning laws are concerned with use, as you all know. Like the counseling center in the Needham case, the proposed homeless shelter is not the primary focus of the church and is not designed primarily for the parishioners of that church. Would the proposed homeless shelter be an accessory to church activities? I thought about this, and that also goes to Zach's question. The court in Needham stated that in order to qualify as an activity accessory to a religious institution, the members and the staff of the institution are generally involved in that activity. The activity of the proposed homeless shelter takes place at night, when the members and the staff of the church are generally not even present. They do say that they work with the Somerville Homeless Coalition, but they do not work with this shelter that's being built in their church, because they might bring a meal someplace or do something, but they will not be there night after night for 365 days. In conclusion, the facts before us tonight are extremely similar to the facts of the Needham case. And as Anne said before, this case has not been overturned, even though it's from 1990. At the very least, the city should have known that religious purpose under the Dover Amendment is a matter for a court to decide. On that basis, they should have denied the permit and required the Somerville Homeless Coalition to go through the customary process of obtaining a variance. Because the city was negligent, and I really do think they were, in allowing for this permit, I request that the ZBA halt construction until such time that the Somerville Homeless Coalition goes through the correct and proper permitting process, or gets a decision from an appropriate Massachusetts court of law that this homeless shelter is for a religious purpose under the Dover Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who's next?
Madam Chair, I believe Maren Shu and Alan Ball are both members of the appellant team.
Okay, I'll go. I'm Maren Chu. I live at 17 Kidder Avenue and also own 24 Francesca Avenue, both within 500 feet of the church. Our neighbor and direct abutter Claire was not able to be here right now, and I was going to read a statement that she wrote, but it's 3 pages long, and I think she already submitted it to you. So I will not read it again, but please look at it. Claire is a lawyer. She's done a great deal of research onto the Dover Amendment, and she spells out why it does not apply in this case, despite what some city officials are telling you. Instead, I'll read a very quick statement of my own. It's clear that the Dover Amendment leaves significant room for interpretation. And while it might seem right to allow a church to circumvent zoning because housing the homeless is within its religious mission and so important to Somerville, please think seriously about whether this is a precedent we want to set. What will happen when a right-wing church moves to Somerville and wants those same variances to open something like a gay conversion therapy camp, some type of white supremacy retreat center, or even a gun range? These are things that could be allowed without any neighborhood input, simply because these facilities could be argued to support their religious mission. Do we really want that as a community? As a community, we need to say no and instead honor the zoning process that we put so much effort and thought into developing. We're not saying that the Somerville Homeless Coalition should not build an expanded shelter, but it must fit within the framework that our zoning code has established. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mr. Ball, you're muted.
Thank you. My name is Al Ball. I live on 50 Francesca Avenue. I'm not within the immediate budding zone, but I'm about 3 or 4 houses down. And I just wanted to, make some observations. I basically had 3 points. In the last board meeting that I had a privilege to witness, I saw over 2 hours of careful consideration to the width of a dormer, the addition of an elevator to an existing building, and the width of a setback between 5 and 10 feet. And I was so impressed by your thorough and careful consideration of the impact of these changes or proposals on the neighborhoods of these projects. I'd like to say that the potential impact of this proposed shelter at First Church on our neighborhood would be an order of magnitude greater than any of the projects so carefully considered by the board.
Excuse me. Oh, Emily, last time I thought this group, we gave them all 2.5 minutes or whatever. Mr. Ball's in with the group with bringing the appellate.
Yes.
Mr. Ball, you want a pallet?
Yes.
Okay. All right, continue.
Thank you. We can see the negative impact of the current Chapel Street shelter now on the Davis Square area. The constant presence of unhoused people in the Davis Square area has become untenable, deteriorating public safety, creating trash, which worsens the rodent problem, public consumption of drugs, and an open-air stolen bicycle market in Statue Park. I know this. I have witnessed it firsthand. Just today, it was brought to my attention that there is a Somerville Reddit post about this problem with over 306 comments and 237 upvoted. Just today, I had to call 911 to help 2 unresponsive, unhoused people in front of the church at 45 College Ave. Police and fire responded and administered Narcan. They told me that I did the right thing, although I felt it was a shocking thing to have to do. Rather than alleviating the burden on the neighborhood, I'm afraid, and I think it's pretty logical, that expanding the amount of homeless people in the area will exacerbate the current problem. I encourage the board to use the utmost scrutiny in evaluating the proposed shelter, particularly in light of the failed Somerville Homeless Coalition Chapel Street shelter and First Church's historic inability to maintain their church property. Please do not allow our neighborhood to be negatively affected by this risky, rushed, and ill-conceived endeavor. The potential impact is significantly greater than the width of a dormer, a 5-foot setback, or an addition of an elevator to a building. I'd also like to ask about whether or not there are any limits to what this amendment would allow. Instead of a 26-bed shelter, could they put in a 30-bed shelter by right, or 50, or convert the sanctuary into a bunk room to make a 100-bed shelter? How about a year-round Christmas tree store or a Noah's Ark petting zoo? Is there any limit to what a church can do if the Dover Amendment is used to override existing zoning laws? This project cannot be completed by right, as the Dover Amendment has not been found to apply to this circumstance. The building permit was issued under the false assertion that the project was by right under the Dover Amendment. It's my understanding the Dover Amendment is not self-executing and requires a factual and legal determination of whether it applies. In the last meeting, the city solicitor admitted that there was no appellate precedent for the Dover Amendment being used to overrule zoning regulations for a homeless shelter being housed in a church building. Until a full and factual legal analysis and determination is made, it is fair and prudent for the board to grant this appeal. Finally, and this is my last point, please consider what's the quickest path to a functioning shelter, because I think that's all what we know that we want. If the ZBA denies the appeal, this decision will likely be appealed to the land court, where there is currently a 2-year backlog, suggesting that the project will be delayed at least 2 years or more. The quickest path to getting a working shelter is to grant this appeal and allow the normal zoning variance process which includes engagement with the abutters to come up with a scope that's acceptable for this shelter, to be made within the existing zoning variance process. And I'd also encourage that we expedite that in some way so we can have a solution quickly. I believe that's the quickest path to a solution, and I'd like to encourage you all to uphold our appeal. Thank you very much for the privilege of speaking with you.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Who's next?
Madam Chair, I believe that's all from the appellant team. So I believe
Good.
Attorney McCormick is present.
Okay,
for
good. All right.
this coalition.
Now, so where is, so who's next then? Emily? Mr. McCormick? Or Czar?
I'd be happy to be next, Madam Chair.
I want to check what, we've got a little thing going here. Is that okay, Emily?
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. McCormick is the attorney for the defendant for the Somerville Homeless Coalition.
And how much time? Is there a limit?
I don't think that a limit was set at the beginning of the case.
That's it. So we'll let Mr. McCormick go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, my name is Sean McCormick. My office is at 1 Boston Place in Boston. I represent the Somerville Homeless Coalition. You know, there are a lot of things that I need to respond to because I don't feel that the presentation so far has been accurate on the law or accurate on the facts. So feeding and sheltering the homeless is a recognized religious practice. Okay, and you know, it is not appropriate for the government, and that's what the zoning board is, right? The government, or you know, neighbors who are asking the government to intervene on their behalf to sort of pick apart a church's belief system. That is a massive intrusion on the right to freely exercise religion. And it is something that our Supreme Judicial Court has specifically cautioned against. Now, I want to talk about Hume Lake for a minute because the appellants are not analyzing that case correctly, and it's really important. You know, in that case, the planning board in Monterey had denied the permit, and it went to the land court, and the land court agreed with the board. It went up to the Supreme Judicial Court, and the SJC reversed the land court and reversed the board. Now, the argument that was persuasive to the board and persuasive to the land court that was rejected by the Supreme Judicial Court is exactly the argument that Attorney Vigorito made, which is that, oh, they're trying to make money here. This is a profit thing. So first of all the organizations here are nonprofits. There is no profit going on. I mean, it's in the definition. I don't know why I have to explain that. But, you know, in Hume Lake, they wanted to house, you know, volunteer staff in RVs instead of building cabins because it was a cost saver. And the Supreme Judicial Court said, and this is a quote, "The focus of this court's analysis, however, has never been on an organization's reason for choosing one means of pursuing its goals rather than another." And the court went on to say, you know, to do that would be to misconstrue the religious purposes test. Now, the fact that, and I think this goes directly to Mr. Zaremba's question that I don't think was answered, the fact that there is some, you know, rent being paid is outside the scope of the religious purposes test. It is okay for a church to receive rent. That is fine. That doesn't mean that the parishioners at First Church do not have a sincere belief that they, as part of their religious practice, should be sheltering the homeless. And that is what distinguishes this from the Needham pastoral case. That is a case I'm very familiar with. It's an appeals court case, not a Supreme Judicial Court case. And in that case, there was no religious sort of mission to provide a pastoral counseling on site. The pastoral counseling had a sort of religious bent to it, but the parishioners of that church did not feel that it was their religious duty to provide that service. And that is what makes the Needham pastoral case different, because offering pastoral counseling was not determined to be an expression of their religion. And here, I think it is absolutely established that First Church has an honest and sincere religious belief that offering shelter to the homeless is a calling. It is a spiritual duty. And to sort of pick that apart is inappropriate and really, I think, in poor taste, frankly. You know, there are a couple of other sort of stray points floating around. The idea that a court is called on to decide whether or not a use is or is not within the Dover Amendment, courts don't make that determination in the first instance. They review the decision-making of local boards like this board. That is how it works. It is not accurate to say that you know, because there's a line in an SJC decision that says it's a matter of law, that it can only be decided by a court. That's not how it works. And for an attorney to suggest that is really surprising. You know, the idea that the shelter is like adding beds to the shelter is adding unhoused people to Somerville, that is wrong. It's adding beds. It doesn't have a net impact on the number of unhoused people. I mean, I don't, that again seems to be like the idea that the current shelter has failed, that's another thing that's getting thrown around a lot. There's no evidence to suggest that it failed. It's operating right now. I mean, they're looking to move to a new location. That doesn't mean that the old location has failed. And you know, I note that the old location is about 350 feet away from the new location, and most of the speakers here tonight are farther away from the proposed shelter than the old shelter is to the proposed shelter. So the idea that this is some like foreign new use in the neighborhood is patently false. There's a shelter 350 feet away. You know, I guess the last point that I want to make on this is, you know, the courts, they have repeatedly said that a use does not have to be inherently religious in order to qualify under the religious use exemption. And when they talk about that, they talk about things like a garden shed, a parking lot. These are cases where garden sheds and parking lots have been permitted in contravention of local zoning under the religious use exemption. In a lot of ways, those cases are actually harder than this case, because here, and I'm sort of finishing where I started, here there is an inherently religious nature for the parishioners to shelter the homeless. It is not a religious exercise of the homeless. It is a religious exercise of the church. And for that reason, it is exempt from local zoning under the Dover Amendment. Thank you.
Okay, you can't go.
Who's speaking? All right, Mr. McCormick? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I want to know if that's it for your team, I think. Is there somebody else from the Somerville Hope Coalition that needed to speak? Do we have people in the audience that want to speak?
Attorney McCormick, excuse me, Madam Chair, through you, Attorney McCormick, is there anyone else from your team who's here this evening who intends to speak?
Through the chair, no, that is it from my team. There may be people from First Church who want to speak in people who I have not, communicated with. So with that caveat, that's it.
Okay. All right. So, I think we're gonna go to the public portion. Does that sound fair, Emily? And then we'll come back to, our board and to our Somerville, inspectional services or, city solicitor. Does that sound okay? Okay. Is Adam out there? You're gonna handle the, timer?
Madam Chair, this is Andrew.
I mean, Andrew, here we go. I told you.
No
And
worries.
I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna cut people off. We can't be here. If you spoke last week and you have nothing more to add, we get it. This is serious homework and everybody's reading their notes, so please. We want to have respect for everybody out there, but we need a little. So, what time is it now? Can somebody tell me?
This is Andrew speaking. It's 8:46 p.m.
Okay, all right. Let's see how we do on time. We have 2 more cases after this. So Andrew, could you please get the ball rolling with the public?
Yes. First up, I see a Matt Lavalley. I am allowing you to speak.
Mr. Lavalley?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Matt Lavalley. I live at number 15 Powderhouse Terrace. I live on the next block from the proposed shelter. And I guess I live, I don't know, a block and a half away from the old shelter, which means to me that there's a precedent in my neighborhood for this use, and I would like to keep it. As a matter of fact, I'd like to have 5 or 6 more shelters for unhoused people in my neighborhood. And it doesn't matter much to me that I wasn't consulted about it. As a matter of fact, I think that's an ideal result. Mr. McCormick is correct that sheltering the unhoused is a fundamental function of a Christian church. I will refer the board once again to chapter 25 of the Gospel according to Matthew, from which originate the 7 works of corporal mercy, which I learned at my mother's knee, and one of those is housing the homeless. So to say that something commanded in Scripture by Jesus Christ is not a function of a church is preposterous. So of course it's eligible.
Great.
I really find the opposition to providing shelter for my neighbors who are unhoused to be a really reprehensible thing to do. I'm not going to harp on that, but I really think it's pretty disgusting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming tonight. Who's next, please?
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Jeff Burns, allowing you to speak.
Hi there. My name is Jeff Burns. I live at 26 Clyde Street, number 2 in Somerville, Mass. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of not only myself, but also an organization I helped co-found and still help lead, Somerville YIMBY. Yes, in my backyard. We as an organization are very much in support of this effort to provide even more support and help for our unhoused neighbors. The housing crisis is all around us. We all know that it is true, and housing prices continue to climb, and homelessness is a housing challenge. It's a failure of having enough homes for folks who need them, especially folks on the fringes. As the previous commenter shared, this is so much in line with the goals and the tenets of a Christian organization, of a Christian church, to provide for the homeless. Not only that, these are the folks who are suffering the most from the challenges of finding shelter for themselves, whether it be permanent or temporary. So I've lived near Davis for many years, and I can say that we as an organization and myself personally unequivocally support this proceeding, and we do not want you to grant this appeal at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, please.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Matthew Ferry, allowing you to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Just to clarify, the name under there is Mayhew, who's actually my daughter who lined this up. My name is Christopher Ferry. I live at 263 Highland Avenue. I was raised by minister father in the UCC, same church as First Church, although I'm not a member of their community. And my father ran homeless shelters and soup kitchens around Connecticut. And when I shared this case with him, he wrote to me and said that he felt that that was what he was taught was a work of corporal mercy, as the Sisters of the Little Poor of the Catholic Church would call it, and very much within a church's mission. I very much support not that this use of the church, and I'll leave the rest of the time for somebody else, unless
Thank
maybe
you very much.
here's my daughter Mayhew.
I just wanted to add that it is within the stated mission of the church. Their vision statement includes inclusive sanctuary, and that churches do not have to be evangelical or advocating for people who are within the community that they serve to join their services for them to be providing services to that community. Thank you.
I would point
Thank
out
you.
sanctuary is not just a physical space in the church, but a concept within the church as well, which is what the homeless shelter would be doing, providing sanctuary.
Okay, you guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Andrew.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Peter Kim Santos, allowing you to speak.
Very nerve-wracking 50 seconds.
Hello, Peter Kim Santos at 18 Joseph Street. I think everyone who isn't a lawyer can see that housing the homeless is obviously a valid expression of religion, and so the Dover Amendment should clearly apply. However, since the appellants are so concerned in making sure this is a valid religious use and this isn't a bad faith attempt to be cruel to the homeless, I think their concerns would be alleviated if the church puts a Bible in its library and decorates a wall with a poster of Matthew 25:38 on it. Finally, I want to briefly talk about homelessness. States like West Virginia and Louisiana have significantly higher rates of poverty and drug addiction than Massachusetts, but these states have virtually no homelessness. Extensive research, for instance, what is summarized by Greg Colburn and Clayton Pade Aldern, has shown that homelessness is a direct consequence of our housing crisis, a consequence of our city and our state's refusal to build housing, in deference to NIMBYs like these appellants. Please stop listening to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Catherine Anderson, allowing you to speak.
Ms. Anderson?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Catherine Anderson. I live at 15 Powder House Terrace, number 3. I'm a middle school teacher in Chelsea. My grandfather was a pastor. My mother was a spiritual counselor in hospice. She currently works with many homeless organizations and with women fleeing domestic violence and in shelters in Utah. When I first moved to Massachusetts, I was unhoused for over a month and had to rely on friends and sleep on couches to have a space in my neighborhood that would expand services to my neighbors is so meaningful. I'm grossly disappointed that our neighbors have put forward an appeal to try to keep more people unhoused, but I'm more encouraged by how many people who are turning out for the right thing. And I hope that the zoning board agrees with the mass opinion that this is well within religious rights and is incredibly important to our community values, to the church's values, and to us as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Brett Smith, allowing you to speak.
Good evening, members of
Mr.
the board.
Smith?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Great, thanks. My name is Brett Smith. I live at 22 Francesca Avenue, and I serve on First Church Somerville's leadership team. I would like to make a quick correction to the factual record posited by Attorney Vigorito. Before construction began under this permit, the first floor of First Church Somerville provided dining space that we used for coffee hour every Sunday, as well as rented for special occasions like weddings or similar. It provided office space for the general church plus 2 pastors, and provided childcare space that we used each Sunday for both teaching and for childcare for young children. Now that the construction has begun, like all of those functions have had to move to different spaces upstairs. We have also started work on renovating some of those spaces to make them fit for purpose at our own expense. The reason the first floor has undergone such renovations is not because it had any code problems. There was nothing wrong with the space. We were happily using it. It's just, it wasn't built to be a shelter. And we decided that making it a shelter was a better following of our religious calling, and so acted accordingly. I would also like to observe that the appellants seem to suggest that if the shelter were to move elsewhere, that their homeless clients would also move with it. I don't think that necessarily follows. I think some of these people are attached to the Davis Square neighborhood, and I think they are our neighbors. I look forward to finding ways to serve them better rather than trying to force them to move elsewhere. If you have questions for the church, I am happy to address those during your Q&A time later, at your pleasure. But thank you for your time tonight.
The treasurer?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is Andrew
Next.
speaking. I got Counselor Burnley, allowing him to speak.
Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to start by thanking all my neighbors across the city for coming out tonight, and particularly for those of you who've been speaking out for our unhoused neighbors who for far too long have been neglected, walked past, sneered upon by some in our community and some outside of our community. As so many people who have spoken about, the efforts of the church tonight are entirely within the realm of what I would consider very positive religious expression. And it is, as an elected official, I just personally think it is really dangerous for us to fight on that frontier when it especially so clearly relevant to the establishment of the shelter. I don't think that that is our role. And I do think that where we can meet the needs of all of our residents, including those who are unhoused, in expand capacity, we're doing a public good. So I just want to give my full-throated support for this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice to hear from you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Crystal Huff, allowing you to speak.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I can't speak to the legal arguments in this case. I have been a little bit distracted recently, but I can speak to having been unhoused and food insecure. I grew up on food stamps. I have been unhoused. I know how crushing it is to feel like no one sees you as a person due to things you have no control over. And I know what it is like for others to object to your very presence. Because of those experiences, I spend 20 to 40 hours a week on the community fridges and the local mutual aid group Mamas, helping local neighbors who are unhoused because I want them to have help. Quite frankly, Mamas is drowning with trying to meet the needs of the people in Somerville. We want the SHC to be successful here because we are one of the backup plans, and we are 30 volunteers in a trench coat right now trying to help. I support the Somerville Homeless Coalition, and I think that if somebody supports services for unhoused neighbors and wants to genuinely engage with concerns about the details on that, then someone would presumably not want to waste the resources of the Somerville Homeless Coalition on lawyer time. Lawyers are expensive, and talking with people is much less expensive and far more likely to be productive if those people are also engaging in good faith efforts to solve the problems at hand. Thank you for your time. Thank you quite a lot. Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Derek DuPont, allowing you to speak.
Hi again, members of the zoning.
Hello.
Hello, this is Derek DuPont. I'm still at 12 Grady Street. Now I'm here to speak in support of the Somerville Homeless Coalition and the First Church of Somerville and their desire to relocate their shelter to 89 College Ave. I've lived in Somerville for the better part of a decade and a half, and I've spent much of that time in and around Davis Square, probably like a lot of you. And I think everyone's seen the square has become the de facto home to an increasing number of unhoused residents because our city and our state have failed to incentivize the construction of new homes at affordable prices too. Frankly, I'm shocked that anybody who lives in this neighborhood would be opposed to a shelter expansion on those grounds alone. But as lawyers for the defendants have made clear, the First Church has a right through the Dover Amendment to feed and shelter unhoused residents, which is part of their religious mission. I think it is simply a bad faith argument to claim that they're motivated by financial gain or that this somehow sets a precedent that will be abused by right-wing organizations. To the zoning board, I hope you look past the not in my backyard complaints we've heard tonight and think about the opportunity you have to support two local organizations that are trying to do right by some of our most vulnerable residents. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Bill Valletta, allowing you to speak.
Hello.
Bill, you appear to be unmuted on your end. We cannot hear you.
Go to the next person, please.
Bill, we'll come back to you. Next,
Yep.
we have Fred Berman, allowing you to speak.
Mr. Berman?
Yep, just unmuted. Fred Berman, a Cherry Street resident. I want to support the Homeless Coalition Relocation Project and want to echo the notion earlier in this hearing that receiving rental income does not overshadow the religious purpose of the church's decision to provide space to address homelessness. Saying that receiving rental income overshadows that purpose it makes as much sense as marginalizing the choice of people who decide to work as counselors, social workers, and case managers and saying, oh, it's just about income. No, we all need income to survive. The church needs income to survive, but it chooses how to make its income. It doesn't open a casino or make money in other ways. It chooses to use its space to the best purpose, and that's what we do when we choose helping professions, and that's what this church has done in opening its doors to allow a homeless shelter to locate there. Thank you for all of your attention throughout this process.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Next, please.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Michael Libby, allowing you to speak.
Mr. Libby,
Yes,
speak, please.
thank you very much. My name is Mike Libby. I'm the Executive Director of the Somerville Homeless Coalition. I want to thank you for everybody's time. I just want to make a point of clarification that the shelter where it exists now has not failed. It has been operating for nearly 38 years. It is operating well and doing some very good work in the community. And the 3 points for the reason why we're moving. One is to increase accessibility so that people who cannot otherwise access our shelter because of mobility issues can have that afforded that opportunity in the future to provide more beds, to serve more people, and also to have a more reliable facility in which to work in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back to, this is Andrew speaking. I'm going to go back to Mr. Valletta. Try again. Bill, you are muted on your end. Bill, we still can't hear you.
This person's last name? Andrew?
Hello, Victoria. My name I was just unmuted, but I don't think that was enough.
Who's speaking?
My name is Victoria Antonino. I think I was accidentally unmuted. Somebody said they were looking for Mr. If this is my
Speak
2
last
minutes,
time,
I'll take it. I just
Victoria.
think I was.
Victoria, did you speak
I
the
did not
last
speak
time?
last time.
Okay, what you got to
I
say?
did not speak the last time. I got
I
to say
said-
that this is the worst case. This is I am Victoria Antonino. I live at
Yeah.
65 Boston Street. Want to offer my testimony saying that this is the worst case of NIMBYism that we have seen tonight. And that the applicants, that if they're, that this is basically, they don't want this in their backyard. They don't want to expand or have homeless people being housed, which is such a absolutely undeniable religious value, especially if this is a Christian church. And I think that is the decision before the zoning board tonight, is whether or not that house people is a religious matter. The appellant's attorney, Ann Vitorino, seems to, no, that's not it. Vitorino seems to imply, or seems to state, that the primary motivation of this homeless shelter is to be of one of financial interest, which it's just, that just falls flat. And it's really there. Again, there is a very specific, you have a very specific decision to make, and purview whether or not this is under religious relativity. But I hope that shame, and that's important in the community, keep ourselves, to keep our values in. This is, the homelessness is an issue. That's why we have the Homelessness Coalition. We have people in religious organizations supporting the homeless. And I just, please deny the applicants. Please grant this. I don't know where we're, please make sure that this.
Thank you. You're breaking up.
This is Andrew
Andrew?
speaking. Next, we have Jen Macy, allowing you to speak.
Hello, my name is the Reverend Jen Macy, and I'm the pastor at First Church Somerville. My congregant Brett Smith said some of what I was going to say tonight, so I won't repeat in respect of time, but I did want to add a couple of points of clarification. It was shared by the appellate attorney that First Church Somerville will not be involved in the operations of the SHC shelter, which is inaccurate. Over the past year, I have watched this congregation pray and discern about how they might become more involved in the community and serve their neighbors experiencing homelessness. They have educated themselves, they have had deep conversations, and they have been so faithful. In addition to giving up a significant portion of our space that we were actively using, we will also be sharing space with the Homeless Coalition, including kitchen and common space. Our staff has committed to being spiritual and emotional support for the staff and clients of SHC. Our congregants have committed to providing food and clothing for shelter guests, in addition to having the opportunity to provide companionship care for the guests, and there will be frequent opportunity for crossover. First Church Somerville is giving up a significant portion of our space and taking on significant cost to make this a reality, because we believe it is our religious duty as an institution that is committed to providing radical sanctuary for our neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out and speaking.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Lee Ospitz, allowing you to speak. Lee, you appear to be unmuted on your end. Lee, we can't hear you. Chair Fontano, do you want me to move on to the next person?
Yes, that would be fine.
Next, we have Maren Chu, allowing you to speak.
This is Michael Chu. I'm logged in under Marin's login. I did speak last week. I'll be very brief. I have a slightly different point. I live at 17 Kidder Avenue, a few houses from the proposed shelter. I said before, I'm a supporter of the Homeless Coalition. I'm a supporter of the need for expanding housing for the homeless. I have been for the 30 years I've lived in Somerville. I'm not against this shelter specifically, but I have sincere concerns about the operation of the shelter, its funding, and its impact on the neighborhood, and whether there are any plans in place to mitigate those concerns. And I haven't heard any response from them. I spoke multiple times to the Homeless Coalition. They've been very supportive, but they have not yet provided an effective answer. And I would like to have that answer. And until I do, I remain concerned and support the amendment. I'll also say I'm offended by the preaching from those who are speaking in support of the shelter and the disparagement of me and those who are appealing, particularly given that they have made no effort to understand our concerns. It's possible for us to be concerned and support the shelter at the same time. And the public virtue signaling may feel good, but it is not helping resolve this complex issue. The question in front of the board isn't whether we should expand shelter space in the city. We all agree it's needed. The question is how we determine as a community to determine where to place these shelters. If we agree we need more shelters and that there's no limit as to where they should be placed, then we should encourage our city committee to remove zoning restrictions for shelters and allow them anywhere in the city. And we should vote for those counselors. And that's the way to do this. And until we do that, we should follow the zoning laws that we have that force community engagement to discuss these projects to mitigate concerns. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
This is Andrew speaking. Next, we have Seth Hurwitz allowing you to speak.
Good evening, planning staff, Zoning Board of Appeals. Thank you for hosting this meeting again. I will be brief. I just want to say that I am also thoroughly disgusted by the appeal that's been brought to the planning board. And I really hope that the appeal is rejected and that the SHC is able to operate this shelter. I won't take up any more time other than to say that I really support what was said earlier by other speakers, Crystal Huff, Matt LaValle, Jeff Burns, Willie Burnley. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go back to Lee Allspitz one more time to see if he can now speak.
Is she the last speaker?
Yes, so Lee, you are unmuted on your end. You just got to unmute on your side and we should be able to hear you. I don't see Lee unmuting.
Okay.
Chair Fontano, but I do see now Meredith Porter with her hand raised. They're the last person.
Who's
right
this?
now.
Yeah.
Meredith Porter, want me to allow him to speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, Meredith, you can speak.
Thank you. I'll try to make it brief. I recognize that among the appellants are some good people, some neighbors, good people. I think that they're misguided in their arguments in this particular case. I hope that you will deny this appeal. This is a religious use. I found some of the arguments to be really troubling, but those weren't necessarily coming from the appellants themselves, but from other people. Some of them were from appellants. I just hope that that the community can get together and give the support to the Homeless Coalition that it deserves and to help to house the unhoused people in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
This is Andy speaking. Chair Fontana, I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised at this time.
Okay, well, I'm going to close the public portion at this time and move on to the board and our city solicitor and also our inspectional service gentlemen. So I think, do we want to hear, Mr. Shapiro, is there something you'd like to make a statement after listening to everybody, or do you want us to see if we have questions for you?
I'm sorry, I just want to make just one point of clarification. I just want to read one sentence from my legal opinion, because I heard it come up twice earlier today.
Sure.
There was no binding precedent on whether a homeless shelter is an accessory use to a church in Massachusetts, but multiple other states, including Ohio, New York, New Jersey, Michigan, and Washington, D.C. have considered homeless shelters an accessory use to a church. Just want to read that so you have the full context of what I actually said.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to add at this moment?
No, nothing else right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to open it up to the board. Do you have some questions for some of the folks here on the board? Whether it be, now tell me something, Emily. I see some names here that didn't speak for this case or the last case. Are they coming up later on?
Madam Chair, there are names, there are people who are present right now who might be present for future cases.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Okay. So, inspectional services is here. Do you folks on the board have some questions? Or what do you think about this? Or do you have any unanswered questions for the inspectional services or from the city solicitor that came out tonight? Or our planning people? Have they answered your, are you want to go forward? What do you want to do? What's your pleasure? Anybody have a statement like Zach had a question earlier? That seems to have been answered and addressed, I think. Zach, you agree? Okay. Cece or Ann, do you have any comments or are you ready to go forward? Ann Fullerton, hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro, I'm wondering if you have any follow-up commentary regarding the Needham case that Ms. Becker was referring to that we should consider?
Yes, I actually had read that case too, in arriving at my conclusion, and I do agree with Mr. McCormick that in that case, there was not an argument or a presentation that there was a connection to the church mission, nor was there an argument that there was collaboration between the church and the entity in question. And that's how I distinguished that case too when I rendered my opinion. And one thing I would remind the board, stating the obvious here, is I am obviously counsel to the board. So, whereas Mr. McCormick's position is on behalf of the coalition, and Attorney Vigoritos on behalf of the appellants, my goal is to render an opinion that's likely to be upheld by the court when I render these opinions.
Yeah. Thank you. Ian, where are you?
Yes, that was helpful.
Happy with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Cecia, are you?
Yes, I did. I also had a question for Mr. Shapiro. So in saying that the homeless shelter is an accessory use for a religious institution, so you don't see a conflict as an accessory use being a valid use under the Dover Amendment, this argument that was made about a dominant use for the Dover Amendment versus an accessory.
Sure. Yeah, I'll read you one sentence from my opinion that's a quote from the case. The Dover Amendments the Dover protections also extend to, and here's the quote, a variety of accessory uses that, while not inherently religious in nature, are components of a broader religious project and that facilitate the functioning of that project. So the concept here, we're talking about the religious mission. And if there's a nexus or a connection to that religious mission, that's where I think it comes down as being protected.
Okay, thank you. I don't have further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. Okay. I don't have any questions. I think I've heard enough, and with the church had plenty of representation, especially tonight, I'm glad. And the neighborhoods seem to have come out. Inspectional services spoke last week, explained it was an 8-month process. So I don't have any more questions. So it's the pleasure of the board. If you have any more questions or if you're ready to take a vote tonight.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, I am.
I as
Cece,
well, yes.
Zach? Yes, okay.
Yes.
So, when you make the motion, Ian, I think before we do that, we have a criteria for this as well we have to meet. That we have to state, is that right, Emily?
Madam Chair, through you, there are not set criteria for an administrative appeal like there are in hardship variances, but the board should clearly state its opinion, its findings regarding any decision. Even if the motion is to approve the administrative appeal and then the motion fails, there should be clear discussion on the board's determination.
Okay.
Madam Chair, in interest of that criteria, or not criteria, but interest of that, those notes, I think that we should have a brief discussion, take temperature of the board so we know the right way to read the motion.
Okay. So, the pleasure of the board, who'd like to participate in what's making you go either way, pro or con?
Madam Chair, from my opinion, I do feel that I support the church's endeavors to support the homeless community. So I would actually be, I would not approve the administrative appeal.
Right. And you feel the church is really a religious support to these people?
I believe that the First Church is based in the Catholic faith, which does specifically outline supporting people in need in the community.
Okay. Zach? Yes, sir.
So I do think that this shelter is in line with the church's beliefs. If you go on their website, they have many statements that align with it. They have a statement that's called open and affirming. They specifically call out that they commit themselves to welcoming people of all sexual orientations, and then many other criteria, including people with different economic statuses, mental illness, and addiction, which is what this shelter serves. It's a pretty broad law, and the question here is whether or not the Dover law applies, and I think that it does. I do want to just state for the record, as an aside, I've heard a lot of people tonight speak in judgment against the appellants for having concerns about the shelter opening. I do want to say that I empathize with them as well, and I understand their concerns. I don't find it disgusting that they're coming to us and asking for our input. I think anybody would be concerned to have an homeless shelter open their neighborhood, and it's easier to say that you wouldn't be until it happens to you. So I do want to say that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, because that's a really good point. That even, you know, with all these issues that come through, like even tonight, our first issue, you know, it's helping people. That's what we're trying to do. And that's what this here is. And I'm following up on inspectional services comments last week that they said they did their due diligence for the 8 months, and sometimes it can take longer. And also with the David Shapiro, city solicitor, being there, the last meeting, I said last week, the last meeting, and then tonight, he's usually right on target. So I'm confident with his input on the case. And I support it. Cecilia?
Likewise, insofar as this is seen as an accessory use to a religious one, and it's therefore covered under the Dover Amendment, I would support the position of inspectional services.
Thank you. So having said that, and it's all in the record, could we please have Ann, clerk tonight, make a motion? Is that okay, Emily? We doing the right thing here?
Madam Chair, through you, yes, so the findings that I heard were that the homeless shelter use is a clear accessory use to other religious use and is therefore covered by the Dover Amendment. The homeless shelter is consistent with the church's core beliefs, including the stated mission statements. And that the church's faith includes specifically supporting those in need in the community.
Great. So Ann Fullerton, can we please have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. In the matter of ZP 24-000065 89 College Ave, an administrative appeal for the building officials issuance of a building permit B 24-000749. I move to Emily, move to approve.
Madam Chair, through
Deny.
you, it is a move to approve, and then if you believe,
Nay. Yep.
and then if you think that the building official's determination should be upheld,
Yes.
vote no. So that is.
So we vote no, right?
So I move to approve based on the discussion by the board.
Right. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Zach. As we go around the board, yay or nay? Ann Fullerton.
Nay.
Ursula Fontano, nay. Cece Daglian.
Nay.
Zach Zaremba.
Nay.
Let the record show, it was unanimous for the quorum, all nay. So the inspectional services decision stands. Thank you. And thank you to everybody for coming out tonight. Our next case is everybody ready to go forward this time? Yes? Okay, so the next case is 181 Pearl Street. It's a new case, so I'm gonna ask the clerk to read it into the record, please.
Sure. Madam Chair, I move to open the case, the matter of case ZP 24-000038 181 Pearl Street, which is a hardship variance requesting zoning relief from section 4.1.7.c, the minimum facade build out requirements.
Thank you. Is anyone here?
This is Andrew speaking. I am promoting a Pablo Picker and Paul Miller to be panelists.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Pablo. I was having some problem here. And Paul.
Oh, no worries. I was
and
just
Paul Miller.
waving and saying hello.
Hello, good evening.
And you folks are what? You're Pearl Street. What's your job?
Yes, we're seeking a hardship variance for proposed development at 181 Pearl Street for the primary facade build out.
Okay.
And if it's okay, I can share my screen.
Yes, please.
To pull up a site plan and describe our case.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, let me give that a try. Okay, I think it should be up now. Can everyone see my screen?
It's coming. Yep, here it is.
Okay, great. I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. I'm just going to read our narrative more or less. It's not too long, and I think it states the case clearly. And just to start, we realized looking at this site that it would require at least one hardship variance to to build any of the allowed building types in the MR3 zoning district. It's an MR3 site adjacent to 2 NR parcels. It's a small MR3 site. We did an analysis and it's less than 1/3 of the size of an average MR3 parcel. Because it's abutted on at the west side and the north side by NR parcels, a 10-foot side setback is required per SCO for any building type that's allowed in the MR3 district. The adjacent sidewalks are relatively narrow compared to the 12-foot curb setback requirement in SCO. It's about 7 feet for each sidewalk width. So around a 5-foot front setback is required on both Pearl Street and Dana Street. And so the issue that we run into is the Pearl Street frontage. When you take the 10-foot side setback requirement and the 12-foot curb setback requirement, we're only left with 30 feet, 11.5 inches, which is 67.3% facade, primary front facade build out, and 80% is required for any building type permitted in the MR3 district. So this makes the parcel unbuildable without a variance for that facade build out. So point B, the literal enforcement of this provision of the ordinance for the district where the subject land is located would involve substantial hardship. So enforcement of this, as I just said, makes the parcel unbuildable under any permitted MR3 building type, which is a substantial financial hardship. And point C, desirable relief could be granted without causing substantial detriment to the public good. We believe that granting relief on the facade build out does not cause detriment to the public good. It allows the proposed project to follow the SCO requirements for the side setback and the curb setback, creating the intended space between the NR and the MR3 parcels and the intended generous public realm on the Dana Street sidewalk. And I will leave it at that, and we're happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So is there anyone here in the public that needs to speak? That wants to come in tonight and have some, contribute some information?
This is Andrew speaking. I see a Seth Hurwitz hand raised. I'm going to allow Seth to talk.
Okay,
Good evening again. This is Seth Hurwitz at 12 Maple Avenue. I live not far away from where this corner is, and I would just like to wholeheartedly support providing a variance to the folks who are trying to make this project work. It looks like a really tough parcel to build on, and it would be really wonderful to have, actual ability or leeway to make something that matches MR3 or more work at that site. Thank you.
thank you. Thanks, Seth.
Chair Fontano, at this time, I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay. Beautiful, thank you so much. So the board. Anybody have any comments? I don't. No, you're all happy, everybody's happy with this? Yep, yep. We ready to,
Chair.
criteria? Yes,
Oh, you beat me to it. This is Andrew speaking. I just wanted to make sure that you discussed the 3 criteria for this case before moving forward with the motion. Just your friendly reminder from staff. Thank you.
here, so I can read what I'm supposed to do here. What do you have in, okay.
I just pulled my
That's
screen
it,
up again.
that's it, thank you.
No
That's
problem.
exactly what I'm looking for. So Madam Clerk, help me out with this, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. So for criteria number 1, special circumstances relating to the existing soil conditions, shape, topography of parcel. or unusual character of existing structure. The unusual circumstances are the size of the parcel
Right.
is smaller than is typical.
Excellent.
So
And number, that, I
criteria-
think that's covered.
Yep, criteria 2, literal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance in the district would involve substantial hardship. Essentially, it would make the lot unbuildable if we didn't allow that.
I think you got cut off.
Oh.
And I couldn't hear.
So for criteria number 2, the hardship is that without allowing the variance for the minimum facade build out, it would be an unbuildable lot. And for criteria number 3, desirable relief without causing substantial detriment to the public good or nullifying the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance. I think we can all agree that it is otherwise fitting the zoning ordinance.
Great. So now when you make your we've covered this already. That's what, because I was afraid it wasn't getting picked up, on the digital.
Yep.
Okay. Could we have a motion, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. In the case of 181 Pearl Street, case number ZP 24-000038, I move to approve the hardship variance based on the criteria discussed earlier by the board, and including any special considerations outlined in the staff memo.
The date on that?
Staff memo dated August 9th, 2024.
Thank you. May I please have a second on the motion?
Second.
I think I heard Zach's voice. Could you clear the screen, please, the applicant? Thank you. I can see everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Ann, for the motion. Thank you, Zach, for the second. As we go around, all in favor of the approval of the hardship variance for 181 Pearl Street, please say aye. Cecia?
Aye.
Lynn? Zach Zaremba?
Aye.
Ann Fullerton?
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. Let the record show the vote was unanimous to approve the 181 Pearl Street hardship variance. Good luck, guys. It'll be nice to see something on the corner there.
Yeah, we're
Thanks so much.
excited. We're excited for
All
this
right.
project. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Thanks, sis. Yep, perfect. That's what I need right here. Okay, 126 Cross Street.
Yes, Madam Chair.
New one. Newbie.
In the matter of case number ZP 24-000057, 126 Cross Street, I move to open the case regarding review administrative appeal of the building official's calculation of affordable housing fractional payment associated with the permit applications, or 2 applications, B20-001756 and CO 22-000110.
Thank you.
This is Andrew speaking. I'm promoting a Nick S. To be panelist.
Mr. Silver? Gotta sign
Good
right.
evening, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
We're good, thank you. So
Fantastic.
you're gonna tell us what you're gonna do?
Absolutely. Yes. My name is Nick Spinelli. I'm the manager of Silver Realty LLC and representing the owners of 126 Cross Street in Somerville. I'm a licensed real estate agent. I've been working in Somerville for the past decade. Here joining me tonight, I don't know if he's on the panel yet, is my colleague Charlie Ball. He's also a well-respected and established broker realtor, Berkshire Hathaway. We are requesting an appeal in regards to the fractional payment calculation of 126 Cross Street. We believe the data being used by the city of Somerville should be revisited and revised. Specifically in the city's calculation, they have determined an average market sales price of 4-bedroom units. The city is suggesting that the only two criteria to be considered as comparable market units are, one, that they're in Somerville, and two, that they have the same number of bedrooms. They're not factoring in many other considerations such as location, condition, size, square footage, parking, amenities, etc. The city further noted that filtering these additional fields per payment may be too time consuming for their staff. So we believe the fractional payment calculation the city is proposing needs to be recalculated to a more appropriate number based more specifically on ours, the subject property. So the city states what constitutes comparable market rate units for the purposes of fractional buyout calculations should be determined by a qualified real estate professional. So that's why I'd like to bring Charlie in if we could, because he can speak more on that with his experience too in the real estate market.
Charlie Ball?
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I appreciate you guys' time tonight. We've learned a lot about a few other cases. Sure you guys would like to get this done, but we do appreciate your time. And yeah, I would echo what my colleague Nick has mentioned, which is, first of all, I'm a full-time real estate broker in Somerville. I have been for the last 27 years. And during that time, you know, I've been asked many times, hundreds of times, to calculate value of condominium units. First and foremost, when calculating the value of any property, we look at the location, but we don't just look at the city it's located in. We look at the street, we look at the neighborhood, we look at the surrounding areas, comparable sales. That's number one, because you can't change the location. The property is located where it is. And you know, one of the last things we would use in determining value would be the number of bedrooms. You know, before that, we would definitely look at square footage. The location of the property and the square footage of the condominium are two of the first two or three things we would look at. So I've never seen in the 27 years, never seen an appraiser or a real estate broker or a buyer determine value based on simply the number of bedrooms of a unit. So I have looked at the city's formula for determining the value for this unit, and yeah, I would just say it doesn't make a lot of sense to me as someone that's been in this business for 27 years.
Okay, thank you. I wanted just 1 second, go back to Mr. Silver. When you were giving us your little presentation, what did you say about the staff didn't have time?
Yeah, that's exactly what they said. They said that filtering additional fields, example, square footage, number of bathrooms, zip, etc., per payment may be too time consuming for the staff. That's what they
Okay.
said.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
If I could just add one more thing also.
Speak, go ahead. Mr. Ball, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, just in looking at the way that the city calculated the value, it only compared the unit in question to 4-bedroom units. The unit in question has less than 1,200 square feet of living area. And the lowest square footage for the comparables that the city used was just over 1,450 square feet. And the highest was over 2,200 square feet of living area. And what they did is they just took an average, I think, it's a little unclear how they did it, but I think they took an average of these other 4-bedroom units, without regard to the square footage. And again, based on my math, the average square footage of the units that the city used as comparables was over 2,100 square feet average. And again, the square footage for this unit is 1,179 square feet. So the comparables they're using are on average more than 45% more square footage than this unit.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody here from the public that would like to weigh in? I have some questions for us or the team.
This is
Yeah.
Andrew speaking. I
Yes,
do
Andrew.
see Peyton Corbett with their hand raised. I will allow Peyton to speak.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I think I live at 27 Autumn Street, which is off Bonaire, which is kind of off Cross Street, just around the corner from the property. I would just ask that the board table this for the evening. I appreciate the presentation that was given, but I think given the location of the building, it's walking distance to both the Orange Line and Green Line stations, as well as the community path that it's close to. I think this might merit some more investigation from folks from the city or folks who advocate for affordable housing in the community. That's all. Thank you.
What does that mean, table?
Well,
Madam Chair, through you, to table means to continue the item.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's what I meant.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Sure. This is Andrew speaking. Next, I have Councillor Klingon, allowing him to speak.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members. Yeah, so I had been tuned in for an earlier item and I just happened to catch this item and it's caught my attention around some of the comments that have been made. First, I would like to know if city staff is available to speak on the city's behalf, and or have there been any written comments to the board related to this item. If not, I would also want to check in with the ward counselor and ask, that this item not be voted on this evening.
Emily, is this your case?
Madam Chair, through you, yes. And I was going to note earlier that we do have multiple members of city staff here today, including Nick Antanavica, the Director of Inspectional Services and the building official. We also have Lisa Davidson and Alana Gaffney from the Housing Division here. As the city is the primary defendant in this case, it may be appropriate to hear from them now before any additional public comments may be taken, or you can continue with public comment and I think hear from staff afterward.
Mr. Klingham, is that fine? Counselor?
Oh, it appeared here. He raised his
Yeah,
hand.
so yeah, I had been remuted. That's fine. Yeah, if staff is here, I would like to hear what they have to say.
Okay, thank you. Emily, would you like to hear from to clear this up a little?
Madam Chair, through you, if you're going to pause the public comment portion of
Yes,
the
I
hearing,
will. Thank you.
Then I see we have Lisa Davidson, Nick Antanavica that are both on camera who are able to speak, and Alana Gaffney. There she is.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You folks, who'd like to go first? The counselor is asking, Matt McLaughlin, I believe, is the counselor for this, but this is Mr. Klingon. So I don't know what particularly he's looking for or the other person, but maybe you could fill us in on how this evolved and what made you make your decision.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Alana, I'm gonna start and I'm gonna ask you to really talk about how the calculations start, you or Nick to talk about that. But just on the comment of it takes too much time, staff time. The staff has already done a recalculation twice already, or we did it once and then we recalculated a second time after the request was made. So, and I think like we revamped a lot of what we were doing because we were going through the Warren Group data, and now we've changed that. So I think that for that to be said, that we are not going to do a different way because it's a time consuming on staff. I think that may have been a statement taken out of context because there's already been a lot of time put into doing the calculations. And I'll let Alana talk about how the calculation was done and or Nick. But I just wanted to state that for clarity's sake.
Thank you. Alana?
Yep, I can jump in. In terms of the calculation, there were, it was redone recently. There was a 2023 calculation that was completed with the use of Warren Group data. That data did include limited factors. I think that was what was already discussed. So it was four bedroom properties that were located in Somerville. Since that point, there was an ordinance interpretation that was completed. And there was a decision that was made that there, in terms of, we changed where we were getting our market rate comparable data. So at this point, there was a process adjustment where we reached out to the chief assessor of the city, who provided a specific data set for that property according to specific factors. So I don't want to misquote what they are. I think the original outreach did come from Nick, so I certainly don't want to overstep by stating it, but I believe it was based on square footage. I know that they were asked to keep a specific range of dates in mind as well. It was the number of bedrooms. I believe they looked at the number of bathrooms. I don't know if I said square footage. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was going to be so late, so I think I'm losing some of my steam. But there, I do want to.
This is early. This is early.
Oh, well, I'm lucky then. Yeah, I'll change it. I'll change it totally around.
I a little bit of levity. Yeah.
I love it. So I will note, I think it can be a little confusing when you're looking at the files. There's two different data sets. So for ease of your all decision, you might want to make sure that we're all speaking about the same one, because I think that could merit some confusion and that's unnecessary. There was a 2024 calculation. I can look to see what the page number is from the data set from the assessor. I didn't prepare that data. It was given to me by the chief assessor for the city. So that's a caveat that feels important to mention at this moment. Nick, do you have anything to add? Because I don't know.
So a brief history on this through the chair is that there was an original calculation made by the housing division. Once that was issued, there was a question as to the interpretation or how the calculation was done. We received the appeal. ISD looked at how housing had calculated it and read through the ordinance. We determined that it was done incorrectly. We determined that the data sets were not what would be considered a comparable, and we told housing that we needed to come up with a different way to do the calculation. Okay. Through the many discussions that we had, we were looking at different ways to make comparables. But as we are looking here, the determination was that ISD wasn't the department that needed to make comparables either. Again, we are not going to walk out of our wheelhouse. We are just here to say whether or not something is complied with. In order to do that, we requested that housing review how the calculations were done and where they were getting their information from. At that point, we contacted the city assessor's office, and the city assessor's office provided us with comparable amounts and prices for properties for the date ranges required in the zoning ordinance. At that point, housing did a recalculation. They issued it to the property owner, and we confirmed that what was issued met the ordinance the way that it was written.
And you folks, Nick and Mr. Ball, you're not happy with that answer?
I mean, not because on the memorandum that they sent us, they laid it out. They said there are only two criteria was that it was in Somerville, the property was in Somerville, and it had 4 bedrooms. And then they literally, quote unquote, said that. Hold on, let me pull it up too, so I don't misspeak here. It was further noted that filtering additional fields, example, square footage, number of bathrooms, zip code, etc., per payment may be inordinately time consuming for staff, which to us sounds like they didn't calculate any of that into this calculation. So I don't agree with how they're just lumping every 4-bedroom in the city of Somerville and then taking the averages of that.
Emily, where's he reading from? Emily, what's he reading from? What's he referring to?
Madam Chair, through you, I don't have the specific page number or email pulled up. Perhaps Mr. Spinelli can note where in his materials he's reviewing.
Sure, it's the narrative that we submitted. Starts on page 122. And if you look towards the bottom of page 123, that last paragraph there, it will tell you that the last sentence actually of that last paragraph tells you that those additional fields weren't, I guess, considered.
Nick, are you able to share your screen so maybe everyone can see that?
I'm not, because I'm on my phone with the video,
Okay.
and I get it on the other screen. So,
Okay.
but it was submitted, so it's the narrative. Everybody can pull it up using the
I
city.
see, yeah. And what page did you say again?
So if you go to page 123, it's the last paragraph, the last sentence.
All right. 1 second. Is everybody at? So 123, page 2.
Yep.
Read it.
The last sentence, it was further noted that filtering additional fields, example, square footage, number of bathrooms, zip code, etc., per payment may be inordinately time consuming for staff.
I have a question.
Through the
Yes,
chair.
Zach. Yeah. Wait a minute, Zach.
Yes. So this is Zach Zoramba speaking. I see this email. I see what Nick is referring to. So my question for the city staff is, can you confirm tonight if you looked at square footage, bathrooms, a more specific zip code than just the entire city of Somerville when you were coming up with these comps?
through the chair. And I cannot speak for the assessor, who the city assessor was the one that came up with the comparables as the city assessor. The item that I'm looking at here, though, is that it appears to be taken a little bit out of context, because we're talking about how this was previously done, and we say having an inordinate amount of time to filter through all the items. It says after several meetings with inspectional services and the housing division, the following determinations were reached by the Somerville Superintendent's Inspectional Services, communicated over. So we determined that in order to alleviate that and not reduce it by this and not have different criteria, that we specifically asked the city assessor to provide the comparable numbers using the specific date ranges as required in the zoning ordinance.
Anybody have a question?
I mean,
I
I wish
guess-
the assessors, somebody from the assessor's office was here to speak to this.
Does anybody with on the board or with the city have the actual comparable units that were used in valuing 126 Cross Street?
Yeah, through the chair, it's page 129 in the same packet.
Yeah.
You'll
I'm
see
not
there's
sure
an
I have the whole
exhibit
package,
that's,
but
yeah,
can someone share their screen so we can look at those?
129. Oh, yeah, it's all highlighted.
yeah, I don't know if I have sharing access, would someone be able to?
Madam Chair, through you, I can share my screen, but it's a spreadsheet. It might be a little bit difficult to see.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess and this is what I was what I'd been provided previously that I'd looked at. So I think what we're talking about is the subject property being this top line, right? And for some reason, I think the FLA, I'm assuming that's floor area, which seems to have overestimated the floor area of this unit by almost 200 square feet. This is a 1,179 square foot unit. And with 4 bedrooms, you can imagine the bedrooms are on the small side. But when you look at the floor area for the highlighted properties that were used as comparables, we have 1,726, we have 1,456, we have 1,458, and we have 1,784, and we have 2,562. Sorry, I took them out of order there. But not one of them is the same size or smaller. And again, making a career out of arriving at values, the square footage is the most important factor in a condominium's value. So to only take units that are 20% higher square footage up to almost double the square footage. I know it sounds like they tried again, the assessor's office tried, but I don't think they tried too hard because every single one of these is just way larger. And I don't think anyone's arguing that they considered the number of bathrooms. They got closer on those. This is a 2-bathroom unit, although we do have 2 of them that are used as comparables that had 3.5 bathrooms. So it's a pretty big city. There are units that are much closer in square footage to this that have sold in 02145. I probably would narrow my search by zip code.
What's the normal formula for doing this?
Well, I mean, if
I want to know what, not like you keep saying what you would do,
yeah.
but what is the rule of thumb? What do we do here in the city? Who can answer that question?
I mean, what I would honestly do is there's the multiple listing services.
I'm not asking Nick, I'm not asking you, I'm asking the people from the city here.
What's the
Lisa,
city's normal way? Okay.
Alana, Nick,
Yeah.
what does the city normally do?
Through the chair, we ask the city assessor.
Okay? And that's the way it's done. So they didn't like what they saw the first time, the applicant, the appellant in this case, and you went back to the drawing board, you just redid it. And this is the way you feel it should have been done and should be done.
Through the chair, yes, we have acknowledged that we agree with the process and the calculation of the way that was constructed the second time.
Okay. So yes to the process and the results of the second. So the board, all right, so that's that bit. Now we have to either go to the public or back to the counselor or to the board. What do you want to do? Want to go? Is there, Andrew, is there anybody here for the public portion? Other
This
than
is
that
it.
gentleman that just spoke?
This is Andrew speaking. I see a Ted Silva has raised their hand. I'll allow Ted to speak.
Sure, 2 minutes.
Ted, you could speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi. I just want to say that I'm just listening to the discussion tonight, how you can you can come to a value of a property, especially a condominium, without considering square footage. There's no way. There's no way. Like, you can't say that a 3,000 square foot condo is the same value, same price as a 1,000 square foot condo just because they both have 4 bedrooms. You can't say that a 2,000 square foot condo, like if I'm buying a condominium and there's one, and there's one for 2,000 square feet for me and my wife and my 2 kids, and there's one with 1,000 square feet, and they only price it based on bedrooms. So hey, they're both the same price because they're both 4 bedrooms. 100%, I'm going to want the 2,000 square foot condo. It's just logic. The more square footage you have, the more it's worth. The more square footage you have, the more someone will pay. The more square footage you have, the more desirable it is. It's just logic. Thank you.
And where are you from, Mr. Silver? Your address?
My address is 206 Holland Street in Somerville.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just last comments. In light of what I'm hearing, I still think that the ward council I still think we should table this until the ward council is able to weigh in, as well as a response from the assessor's office, if this is their final answer to the comparables that they made, or if perhaps they could try a little harder, as the applicant said. I think it's reasonable to continue this till the next meeting.
Okay, thank you for your input. I appreciate it. What's the pleasure of
Through the chair.
the board? Do you have some
Madam Chair,
comments
this
to
is
add
Andrew
to what
speaking.
people have said tonight?
We have one
Yes,
more
sir.
hand in the public.
Okay,
Chair Fontana, Tori Antonino. I'm going to allow Tori to speak.
who is this?
My name is Tori Victoria Antonino, 65 Boston Street. I'm here out of just for solidarity purposes. So this brings up just many interesting points. Like, is it just square footage that counts? If it's square footage, I mean, proximity to a T-stop is going to increase one's value. Whether or not it has a parking spot is going to vary one's value. Does it have a backyard? Does it have a rooftop access? Is it luxury? Is it non-luxury? I find this particular case interesting and don't want to put more work on the city, but there are other factors to consider. Something might be of more square footage, but not be as valuable in Somerville, especially, you know, if it's located near a T station in particular. I guess that's one of the main factors that I would consider. And I just wish luck to you good stalwarts in trying to figure it out, and good night.
Thank you. Is that Andrew? Is that it?
This is Andrew speaking. That is it at this time.
Okay, so you know, we will keep this portion open. I think that it would be prudent of us to try and get some more information. Emily, do you think we can get somebody at the next meeting from the assessor's office to, or you can work on this and see what they come up, put your heads together?
Madam Chair, through you, I can reach out to the assessor's office, but I did want to note that Lisa Davidson had raised her hand, and I might have.
Oh, I'm
had-
sorry, I didn't see that. Lisa, go ahead, please. I'm
No,
sorry.
thank you through the chair. I was going to mention, someone was talking about being more valuable about the square foot. These are, you're talking about family units. So somebody who needs a 4-bedroom is going to be it's going to be more valuable for a 4-bedroom opposed to the square footage. I just wanted to say that there's not a lot of 4-bedrooms in Somerville. So.
Great, thank you. So Emily, you're gonna reach out to the assessor's office and see how they come up?
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you, I can do that. Are there any additional questions that the board would like some responses from staff in the interim?
Anybody?
I just want, this is Zach speaking, I just want more specifics from them as to how they narrow down appropriate units to compare this to. Because as I look through this list, it's a little all over the place. It's very broad. I used to deal with this a lot in my professional life, and coming up with comps is often more an art than a science. And Mr. Silver and Mr. Ball are correct in that. Well, I'm not saying they're correct. It's appropriate for them to want to have a little bit more clarity as to how they came up with these comps, and so do I.
Okay, thank you. CC or Ann, you have any? Ann Fullerton, yes?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd also like to know from the assessor's perspective, in cases where the unit that they are evaluating is so far below the average that they are using, if in the past they have determined a different way to look at that unit. I would guess this is not the first time that's happened. So if they have any historic precedent for their comps having such a separation from the actual unit in question.
Great, thank you.
I just
Zach,
wanna-
you,
I just-
yeah,
one
Zach.
One more question for the assessor's office. This data set, where exactly do they pull it from? It said something like a Warren report. No, am I wrong?
No, they
Lisa.
used it before, they don't use it now. Is that what you're saying, Lisa Davidson?
Yeah, so-
Speak out loud so we can get it on the
Through the
record.
chair, yes. The original one used the Warrens Group. The new one does not use the Warren Group. It was provided by the city assessor's office. We
Right, so
can
then-
contact the assessor's office to find out what databases they're using.
Exactly. I want to know where they pulled this from. The MLS is an accurate place to go because that's the most real-time sales data. So yeah, I'd like to know that as well.
Would you say
Emily.
MLS?
Yeah, MLS, the
Yes.
multiple listing
Yeah,
service system.
I know, I just couldn't
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah. So
Okay,
where they pull this from
beautiful.
is my question. Yep.
Great. CC, did you have your hand up, miss?
No, I don't have any
Okay,
questions.
okay,
Yeah, I'm all
great.
set.
All right. Emily, does that help you?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight for your input. It's important that, the departments sometimes are represented, especially cases like this. So, if nobody else has something, there's nobody else to say anything, we're all set. We'll continue this. So the applicant, you want it, the appellate just want to continue this till you get the assessors input?
Yes,
That's
yes,
it.
please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Fullerton, clerk, could you make a motion, please? To continue this till, I guess, are we gonna go to the next meeting, Emily, you think, the 4th?
Madam Chair, I think the 4th is sufficient time for us to get this information.
Awesome, thank you so much. And it'll be September 4th.
Yes, Madam Chair. In the matter of case ZP 24-000057 126 Cross Street, I move to continue the case until September 4th, 2024.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Seconded by Cece Daglian. We'll go around. Ann Fullerton, yea or nay?
Yay.
Cece Daglian,
Yay.
Zach Zaremba,
No.
and Susan Fontana, yeah. Let the record show that this will be continued until the September 4th, 2024. In the interim, our staff will be working with the assessors department, get some answers for everybody. Thank you, everyone. You guys can check out. There's no other business for tonight. Does anybody have any comments or anything they'd like to bring up before we close? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, Madam Chair. I make a motion to adjourn our board meeting. The zoning board of appeals meeting tonight.
Thank you. Seconded by
Second.
Zach Zaremba. All in favor, please say aye or nay. Cece Danglian,
Aye.
Ann Fullerton,
Yay.
Zach Zaremba,
Aye.
and Susan Fontana, aye. Let the record show 100% to continue to the next meeting of September the 4th. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks to
Good night.
Emily and all the staff and people that came out tonight.
Yes.
Good
You
night.
made a difference. Good night, everyone.